There you go.
Choosing one. Right.
Oh, no, thank you. Try them out.
I see.
Just got this.
Yes, I don't know how long we're here.
I need to earn this.
Can you earn your sweets?
Yeah.
Okay. This car over.
And this is,
That's my,
all right.
that's this morning.
And this is-
It's 56 Chevy.
I love it.
Yeah.
There must be a car show this weekend.
I think I don't know if I was more excited.
Have you been down, downtown on Sunday? Right. Start having a party on. Watch Central for the cars.
Simple. I did it first, so this is my symbol. I'm going to show you.
I take six.
So what's your mouse? And then see it?
Oh.
Yes, we can hear you, Fabio.
Thank you, Fabiola.
Running for governor. You're not
Justice Chavez.
You ready?
president?
We're ready.
Okay, we're ready to begin the meeting. My name is Ed Chavez. I chair the Citizen Redistricting Committee. I will begin with roll call. Ryan Cangelosi. Here. Lisa Curtis.
Here,
Robert Radigan.
Here.
Joaquin Sanchez.
Presente.
Michael Sanchez.
I'm here.
Christopher Salcedo.
Here.
We're all present. Why don't we go ahead and introduce ourselves to the audience on Zoom and also here present at West Bethel High School. Let's begin with Robert.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm Robert Radigan. I live in Albuquerque with my beautiful wife, Allison, and 6-year-old daughter, Leela. I serve as the Director of Geospatial and Population Studies at the University of New Mexico. And there I function as the state demographer and I'm the liaison to the U.S. Census Bureau. In 2018, I was appointed by Governor Martinez to serve as the state liaison for the local updated census addresses program, which helped ensure the Census Bureau has a complete and accurate address list. And this is no small task in New Mexico with its various tribal, rural, and frontier communities. And more recently, I served on Governor Lujan Grisham's Complete Count Commission, which was a broad, nonpartisan collaborative that worked tirelessly to motivate every New Mexican to respond to the 2020 census. And it was very apparent in that process that what works in Albuquerque is different from what's effective in tribal New Mexico or Hobbs or Silver City or Las Vegas. And that it's critical to hear perspectives from each community. So in that spirit, I'm thoroughly enjoying hearing from diverse New Mexicans about what's important to them in the redistricting process and hearing from New Mexicans about your communities of interest and how they should be considered when we begin drawing maps. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'm eager to hear from the public again today. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher.
Thank you, Christopher Salcedo. I have been a resident of Albuquerque now for about 25 years. I was raised in Doñana County, southern part, south of Las Cruces. I have a law practice here in Albuquerque and I've been practicing now for 22 years, have my own practice now for just over 10. My wife is an educator, one grown daughter and a son who is starting his junior year of high school. So happy to be here and look forward to hearing from everyone today.
hi everyone. My name is Lisa Curtis. It's amazing how different one moment can be from the next. I just left my 3-year-old grandson playing in his 56 Chevy. I bought him a year too early. I have 4 kids. I've got 3 grandchildren. I've been a trial lawyer representing the people in this state, all areas of the state, all kinds of people in this state, as a medical malpractice attorney for about 30 years. All right. I think this is a really bold law. I think it bears thinking about. Redistricting is usually something in the past that's been done behind closed doors. Here we have a democratically controlled House, Senate, and the executive, yet they chose to pass a law that made an independent redistricting commission. All right, that is respect for the people of this state. And so, one person, one vote, communities of interest are the things that I know I really want to hear about today. All right, what the communities of interest are in this area, right, and within Albuquerque. And so I'm really honored by the President Pro Tem of the Senate, Mimi Stewart, is who put me here. And these guys have heard me say I am unfortunately the only woman on this 7-person commission, but I'm also the chair of the New Mexico Commission on the Status of Women. And so it's not just me, it's me and the 15 women on that commission. We're all here, right, to make sure that everyone has a voice. It's nice to see all of you. Thank you for coming and suffering out in the heat a little bit with us.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Chair. Joaquin Sanchez. Let's see. I'll start with my family. Married to Alicia Hernandez Sanchez. On August 1st, my wife and I just celebrated our 29th wedding anniversary. Have two boys, Josue, who's going to start at UNM in the fall, and Isaac, who's a student at RFK Charter High School in the South Valley. I myself am a math teacher at South Valley Academy. And I was, along with Robert and the justice, selected by the State Ethics Commission to serve as one of the two independent seats on this committee. And unfortunately, I did not bring my son Isaac with me today. He is going to be with us when we're at the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center next week, because it's his fault that I'm on this committee. He's a young man who cares deeply about what's happening in the world. And when he was seeing what was happening around the country with voter suppression and things along those lines, he asked, what can we do to strengthen democracy? I mean, I love that he asked me that question. And I had just received the invitation to apply for this position. So I did so very much so on his, with his hope and his energy. So part of why I'm doing this, both for my son, but also with all the students that I've been teaching, is that together we can figure out how to strengthen our democracy as a state together.
Thank you, Rocky. Michael?
Oh, yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here. Just a little bit about me. I was born and raised in Belen. I still live in the area. I live in Los Chavez, and that is between Belen and Los Lunas, for those of you who might not be familiar with that. I went to Belen High School, graduated from Belen High, went to UNM undergraduate school. I'm a graduate from the law school as well. I've been a lawyer now for well over 40 years. I still practice and I'm still learning how the law applies, and I'm grateful for everyone who has taught me those lessons. I have three wonderful children. They're adults, two attorneys that live here in New Mexico, and a child that lives in Chicago, in the Chicago area, who decided to go the route of his grandfather and is in the restaurant business. I've been married to my childhood sweetheart, Lynn. She graduated from Belen, went to UNM, and we will be celebrating our 52nd anniversary here on August 30th. So I was also a member of the New Mexico legislature a while back, and taught me a lot, and I've learned a lot, and I had great people. Senator Curtis was there as one of the individuals. Today we have with us Senator Michael Padilla, who is one of the good, great senators from New Mexico. He works hard for his district, and thank you for being here. We have Representative Mo Maestas. And Mo, thank you for everything you do in the House of Representatives. And we have our former treasurer, James Lewis, who's also here, and I want to thank you. But most of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here, because this is about what you think, what you want, and for you to give us the input that we need to be able to successfully complete the task that the legislature gave to us. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time. And again, thank you all for being here. Appreciate it very much.
Right.
Mr. Chair. I'm Ryan Cangelosi. Good afternoon. I was born and raised here in Albuquerque. Went to Del Norte High School, and went to UNM, and got my undergrad, my MBA, and my master's in accounting at UNM. And I currently work there as the Director of Economic Development for the Health Sciences Center. I've been involved in many different areas of politics here in New Mexico. I formerly was the Deputy Chief of Staff for Governor Susana Martinez. And so I'm very grateful and honored to be on this with such distinguished people that are on this committee. I'm very grateful for that. I am grateful, as Senator Sanchez said, to have Senator Padilla and Representative Mo Maestas, our former Treasurer James Lewis here, because it shows you the interest that people have. And we have Senator Linda Lopez, who just walked in. We're grateful that all of you guys decided to spend your afternoon on a Saturday here talking about such an important thing as redistricting. And I also want to thank Representative Mo Maestas, because he's the one that asked the commission or the committee to come to West Mesa High School. So we're glad to be here in West Mesa High School in Albuquerque. having one of our meetings. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. My name is Ed Chavez. I'm a native New Mexican. I grew up in Santa Fe, but I spent weekends and summers working on small family cattle ranches in San Miguel County and Torrance County. That's my upbringing. I'm a demon, a greyhound, and a lobo. So I've got that mix in me. I've been married to my wife now for 44 years. August, a lot of anniversaries for this committee. August 20th, we start our 45th year. We have 3 adult children and 8 grandchildren. I was appointed by Governor Bill Richardson to the New Mexico Supreme Court. I served there for 15 years. In 2018, I retired, but I have remained active. I've always preached that you should be active in our democracy. It's a democracy that I believe. We do have challenges in our democracy, but if we as a community come together, we can overcome those challenges. So I've been active. I've done criminal justice reform for the legislature. I've done sat on cases for the Supreme Court, sat on committees for the Supreme Court on pretrial detention systems. The governor has appointed me to chair the Sentencing Commission. This year, we're charged with the task of rewriting the criminal code in New Mexico, and that will be a major undertaking. It's been an honor for me to always be a servant to the people of New Mexico. And again, Representative Maestas, I love the idea of coming to West Mesa, and I look forward to a very energetic meeting. Okay, approval of the agenda. Has everybody had a chance to look at the agenda? My only request is that you allow me as chair to be flexible with the public, because in my mind, we're here to hear from the public. And so rather than be too structured, I'd like for them to have the flexibility to talk to us about what is on their mind. I know we want to talk about each of the districts. Is that possible?
I'd make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second,
I'll second the motion.
any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 No opposition, and the agenda is approved with the chair's prerogative of flexibility. Okay, approval of the minutes of the August 2nd meeting. Have you all had a chance to look at those minutes? Are there any proposed revisions to the minutes? And have a motion to approve the minutes of the August 2nd meeting.
I move approval of the August 2nd meeting.
Second.
Mr. Salcedo seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the August 2nd minutes that will be published on the website signify by saying aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Unanimous. Approval of the minutes of the August 5th meeting that we held in Santa Fe, Santa Fe Capitals. Any revisions proposed? I have a motion to approve it.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Minutes are approved unanimously. Next is just opening remarks. I'm going to be brief because I know a lot of the people here, I recognize you, and so I know that you have expertise with redistricting. But this is a new system. This is the first time that the legislature, as Member Curtis indicated, has created a citizen redistricting committee. Our number one priority from the legislature is to get public input and to make sure that public input is taken seriously as we draw maps to propose to the legislature for their consideration. And so what we plan to do is travel the state. We're going to have 8 meetings now through the end of August 15 throughout the state of New Mexico. We've already had 2 meetings, one in Santa Fe, one in Las Vegas. And we've got a lot of public input from those people. But what is important to us is that we hear from you, because you happen to be the experts in your communities. You live there, you work there, you know the challenges of your communities, you know the interests, the needs, the beliefs, the values of your communities, and you know whether or not you want them to stay within a single district, or if you want to have more than one representative. And that's what we want to hear. Define for us your communities, define for us what you have in common in those communities. And that will help us draw maps that will give you a full and fair opportunity to elect representatives of your choice. You know, representatives that actually reflect the diversity of their district, that understand the needs and interests of the community, that understand the challenges of the community, that can be an advocate for the majority of their constituents, and who can have continuing and maintain continuing contact with their constituents. Those are important things that we will not know about that without the benefit of your expertise. We also plan on making sure that your public input is taken seriously. And number one, we have a website where you all can participate. The website is nmredistricting.org. You can submit written testimony on there. You can draw maps. If you're worried that you don't know how to draw a map, there's 5-minute videos that talk to you about that. If that's not enough, there's training sessions that you can take that are offered in English and in Spanish. When you go to draw the map on Districtor, if you only speak Spanish, we have it translated for you. We have the instructions for you. We are working right now, I think it was completed yesterday. The Navajo language will be translated on that website. So we're doing all we can to reach out to the public. We will have some satellites that will allow you to participate, and you can participate by Zoom. So you can participate in the comfort of your home if you'd like to, and we will be glad to hear from you. What we will do today is give you an opportunity to talk to us. And once the people that are here and present talk to us, we will then turn to the folks that are on Zoom and we will hear from them. And then we're going to give everybody an opportunity to speak. We're scheduled until 5 p.m. But if people are still here wanting to testify, we will continue beyond 5 p.m. If we have heard from everybody, both on Zoom and who are present, we may adjourn early. We have contracted with Lily Urban Vitella. She is the community liaison. She will not only help you outside of public meetings, submit testimony or draw maps, but she will also moderate, and she will invite you individually to come speak wherever where's the speaker, Sonny? Where will the public speak?
Right here.
Okay, so you'll come over here, you'll be in front of the computer so that you can speak. And people here will be able to hear you. We do have a Spanish language interpreter helping us out via Zoom because I had that specific request. So we're going to take a break probably at 3 o'clock because interpreters who interpret simultaneously need a break. And so we'll break at 3 o'clock for about 15 minutes and then we'll continue with the meeting. Other than that, before we hear from you, we're going to hear from Michael Sharp. He's with Research and Polling. He's just going to remind us of the criteria that we must consider, may consider, and absolutely cannot consider. So,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
before we begin, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think it's important that we have some other individuals, elected officials here that I overlooked, and the masks get me sometimes. So if you don't mind, I'd like to introduce those people because it's something that we need to recognize those individuals. We have Nancy Bierce, who's the Bernalillo County Treasurer. We also have Lance Senna, who's the City Councilor. And we have Representative Joy Garrett. Joy, thank you all for being here. And I believe if am saying correctly, and I sometimes have trouble with these glasses, I believe Robert Araguan, former state representative, is also here, and former, if I remember correctly, Board of Finance. Is that correct? Yes, thank you all for being here. Sorry for interrupting, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. With that, Michael Sharp of Research and Polling, and after his presentation, if you have questions about the demographics he talks about, please ask. Then we'll get to public input.
So, good evening or good afternoon. I guess I'm anticipating going into the evening, but good afternoon. I'm not sure if people can hear me in the back. Chair, do you mind if I stand up and so I can?
That's fine.
Project as well? I'm not sure if the mic is working. All right,
Technology's gotten the best of us today.
yeah,
Some of the microphones do not work.
That was the heat.
Yes.
try to find the best.
By the way, there was an emergency work order put in place to try to get the air conditioning fixed.
I just want to be able to see everybody really. Okay, this is better. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Sharp. I'm Vice President with Redistricting Polling. And I guess Brian Sandroff is the President. I'm the Vice President. And so taking over, I've had a little bit of experience with redistricting. Started with research and polling back in summer '91, and then really got going with redistricting in '92. So been doing, this will be my fourth round of redistricting following the 1990, 2000, 2010, and now finally the 2020 census. So hopefully we can give you some really good information. So that's just a quick intro. Hopefully this mouse, oh, maybe it's too far away. What was that?
The mic?
No.
There are pieces switch notes.
Right, so we'll try to do a brief explanation of the principles of districting. There's a lot of people here, so we want to give time for public comments. And so the 5 basic principles of redistricting: equal population, minority voting rights, compactness, and continuity. The first 4 have pretty much been established, the legal and constitutional requirements. Equal population, in essence, that's why we have to redistrict. We have to make sure that all the districts are equal in population. Over time, so from 2010 to 2020, there have been shifts in population growth, population decline, and the populations in the various districts have gotten out of whack. They've become unbalanced. So redistricting is the process of taking the most recent census and rebalancing those districts such that they are equal in population. Oh, sorry, Steve, my bad. The next one is minority voting rights. We need to make sure that as we draw districts, we give the minority population an opportunity to elect a candidate of their choice. The third one is contiguity. That one, we have to make sure that when we draw districts, every district is one piece. You can't have 2 or more pieces separated by any other territory. In other words, if you look at a district on a map, you have to be able to put your pencil within the district and get to every other part of the district without lifting up the pencil. So that's a quick test of contiguity. Compactness, generally they have to look compact with not very many fingers sticking out all over the place. And finally, communities of interest is everything else you can think of. We'll go into each of these. So with respect to the census and the population that we use, who gets counted? The short answer is everyone. And the longer answer is adults, kids, citizens, non-citizens, the college students, military personnel. No matter who you are or where you are within New Mexico, you're supposed to be counted by the census. And that total population, everybody that's counted, is a population that's used when we redraw these districts. Where are people counted? At the place of your regular residence, where you live most of the time. You're a college student in the dorm. If you're living in that dorm most of the time, that's where you're counted. As an example. We have a constitutional mandate to create districts utilizing equal population. And the cases up there just kind of set the framework for the standards we need to use. They basically said, all right, we can create districts of equal population. It should be of equal population. And they have set the standard that equal population equals equal representation. No matter where you are within the state, you have the same representation as anybody else throughout the state. Of course, according to the 2020 New Mexico population, released by the Census Bureau back, I believe, in May, we've got a population of just over 2.1 million. Over the course of 10 years, that's an increase of about 58,000 people, or 2.8%. In the following, and on the next slide, perfect. This just shows you a comparison of the growth rates that New Mexico has experienced over the past 3 decades. From 90 to 2000, New Mexico grew by 20%. That's a fairly large number. 2000 to 2010 was just over 13%. And this past decade, it's just under 3%. So we've seen a population has still grown, but that rate of change has declined. And this kind of shows you just in graphical form how New Mexico's population has, in terms of raw numbers, has increased. And from about 1970, in the middle of the chart, to 2010, we increased every decade by 220,000, 300,000, 280,000, and so on. But this past decade, we only grew by 58,000. One more, 2 more to get to Albuquerque. Thank you. So just a quick slide to show you an Albuquerque metro area, Bernalillo County, Sandoval County, Valencia, and Torrance counties. Just wanted to give you an idea of the population change that each of these counties has experienced and the difference from the previous decade. So just an example, Bernalillo County from 2000, the second column on from the left, or from the right, excuse me, grew by 19% from 2000 to 2010. This past decade, it grew by less than 3%. Sandoval County, same pattern, grew by almost 50% from 2010, and then this past decade, 13%. Torrance lost population in Valencia, grew a little bit for a total growth in this region of just about 4%. So, when you look at this, and these numbers, by the way, these are estimates. So the official population from New Mexico was released in May. The county level official data won't come out until Thursday. So next week, August 12th, and which is it's good to know. So keep your eye out for population data that will be released. So if New Mexico grew officially by 58%, the census estimates these 4 counties by 36,000, maybe it's a little more, who knows. But it's about, we'll call it 60 to 75% of the total growth in New Mexico is contributed by this Albuquerque metro region. It's a fairly large percentage. And the region as a whole has grown faster than the state. Okay. Quick map of the regional distribution within New Mexico. Again, this is based on estimates. So the whole population says 2.3% growth on the bottom, but those are estimates at the county level. The 4.1% growth for Albuquerque Metro compared to population decline in Northwest New Mexico, Southeastern Mexico, or the Eastern region, that growth was driven by Eddy County with Carlsbad and then Lee County with Hobbs. So they have had experienced a lot of growth estimated, especially due to the oil and gas migration into the state in that part of the past 10 decades. All right. As a quick example, so why is growth important? What impact does that have on redistricting? Growth is important because from the 90s to about now, on this map, you'll see 4 districts in color. Those 4 districts did not exist in the 90s. 57, 23, 26, and 68. They were not here in the 90s, but because Rio Rancho and the west side of Albuquerque grew so quickly with such a large population, they deserve to have more representation as time went on. So over the course of the past 20 years, House 23 moved from Northeast Albuquerque into Corrales Rio Rancho. House 26, the kind of pink one in the lower left, that was in the south part of Albuquerque, or the fairground southeast part, and House 57 in blue up in Rio Rancho, that used to be in Roswell. But this area deserved a lot of population. Southeast New Mexico didn't have enough. And so that district actually shifted from Roswell all the way up to Rio Rancho. And then 68 was one that came in from north central New Mexico. It actually moved from north central New Mexico into the northwest part of it. So as it's grown, as the population has grown, it has deserved more representation, and over time it has gotten that additional representation. So in 1991, the House side had about 6 full districts, the West side had about 6 full districts, and now it has about 10, just due to population. When we're talking about equal population, what are the numbers that we're shooting for? As we draw these districts, what should the populations be? And the simple formula is take the state's total population, 2.1 million, divided by 3 for the congressional. And so every district should be about 705,000 people. Take the same concept applied to House, Senate, and the PEC. So it's about 50,000, 30,000, and 211, 212,000 respectively. So when all is said and done, we're shooting for these numbers, these ideal populations for every respective type of district. So those are the ideal population numbers. We're trying to get the districts as equal as possible. For Congress, that goal is 0 deviation. In other words, try to get as close to 0 people, or as close to 0 deviation, try to get the congressional districts as equal as possible according to the number of people in the population. We're looking at state house and state senate. They should be substantially equal. Courts have said with their local districts, you can get close to that equal population, and that is good enough. So for the CRC, that standard is a 10% total deviation between the smallest and the largest district. If your largest district is 6% above the ideal population, your smallest district can't be more than -4% below. So that's 10% total deviation. That's what we have to stay within that range. Okay. Minority voting strength. In essence, we must give the minority population an opportunity to elect a candidate of their choice. Within New Mexico, the populations that are large enough and compact enough to be able to do this are the Hispanic population and the Native American population. There's sizable African American populations and Asian populations, but they're not necessarily big enough in any given area to create a district that's majority Black or majority Asian or majority whatever the other minority population is. And we have to make sure that we have, like I said, that population is big enough and compact enough to be able to do so. We also, when we're drawing districts, we can't use race to be the only reason why we draw that district. We can't do a racial generation. While drawing districts, while giving people an opportunity to elect candidates of their choice, we have to make sure we pay attention to the other redistricting principles as well. That bottom figure is in North Carolina. That district was created over hundreds of miles and picked up little pockets of neighborhoods, and the Supreme Court said you basically ignored other principles of redistricting just for the sole purpose of race and ethnicity, and so they struck it down, and North Carolina had to redraw that district. When drawing districts, you can't pack the minority population. You can't put so many people into a district that you minimize their opportunities to elect candidates in other districts. And you can't crack a community such that you divide it into so many other pieces that has little voice or less voice than you might be able to. Contiguity mentioned up before, just have to have one part, not two. And compactness, many different ways to measure it. And it refers to geographic shape and not necessarily its size. You see that on the left, that's New Mexico's 3rd congressional 91. We look really, really similar to that today. That's pretty compact. Follows county boundaries. It's easy to describe. But then you look at the district in green, that's from Texas. That's in Houston. And that is not compact. And it was actually struck down by the Supreme Court as a racial gerrymandering. In terms of the redistricting principles as they apply to the CRC, Citizen Redistricting Committee, what it has to do, the district shall be reasonably compact. They should be contiguous. We should try to attempt to preserve the communities of interest. You can consider geographic and political boundaries, and the political boundaries includes political subdivisions like the Native American reservations, the nations, the tribes, and pueblos. You can look at city limits, boundaries, county boundaries. You can look at geographic boundaries, rivers, and so on, highways. We must use entire precincts when building these districts and can only split them if we need to comply with the Voting Rights Act. And the Voting Rights Act is what dictates that we must preserve minority voting rights. The CRC may preserve the core of existing districts, and which means that try to keep the districts the same in general. And we can do that as long as we don't subordinate other traditional principles. The CRC, when drawing districts, they cannot use partisan election data or voter registration data when designing the plans, except to look at the voting rights issues that may be needed. You need to use voting rights or election data to evaluate districts for voting rights compliance. But the committee itself may not use that election data while they're drawing the plans. Oops. Oh, wait, we need to go back to the bottom. So the last one on there was when looking at the committee with respect to the current locations of the legislators, the current legislators, those locations may be considered, but basically it's not the primary driving focus of drawing the districts. If you're drawing the districts, you can look at the address the incumbents, but if you need to use other redistricting principles and those redistricting principles dictate that a couple of legislators should be paired in the same district, then it's okay to do so. Okay, so now we can, I think that's it. That was as a preview of the last slide, black screen. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Notice that some of you are taking pictures of the PowerPoint presentation. We post that at nmredistricting.org, so you can access it there and look at the population. I think population fascinates me. We've gone down so low. There are other elected officials that have walked in that we may have missed in introducing. Senator Harold Pope, welcome. And I believe APS School Board, Barbara Peterson and also Candy Patterson are here. Thank you for joining us. Lily, let's move to public input and just keep in mind that there's people here that also want to present testimony and people on Zoom, but there's no time restriction.
Justice Chavez, there are 36 folks who signed in and 14 of you have offered to speak. Asked to beforehand, I just didn't catch and start by your name. Asking for second comments. The first person who signed in was Ms. Scorin, and she also had some written comments that Justice Chavez made available to you all. And Maureen, if you don't mind coming up here, we'd like you to be in front of the laptop so people who are online can hear you and see you.
Travis and members of the committee. My name is Martin Scotland. The committee has been approached by certain activists to just put some population data. I would say that will remedy what they call efficient gerrymandering. And I'm here to oppose any such adjustment. The Census Bureau does not single out prisoners. Everyone's counted as usual residents. That includes all students, military personnel in the United States who are counted where they usually live and sleep. Point has been made it makes per law since a prison cell is not a residence. According to the Census Bureau, a person's usual residence is not necessarily the same as their voting residence or legal residence. For example, U.S. military personnel stationed overseas are counted as part of the overseas population, not attached to any state, even though they likely are a legal resident of somewhere for tax and voting purposes. The law requires congressional redistricting according to the census. Now, there is in the law a certain provision for you to use other data. The task force that met last fall on the redistricting made that recommendation because to compensate for problems specifically to the 2020 census due to the pandemic and non-responses. Now, if any population is to be adjusted, that would be a policy change. But setting policy is the duty of the legislature, and it's your duty to carry out the policy set by the legislature. If the committee were to adjust population data, that would endanger all your redistricting plans. The legislature could challenge your plans if you exceed your assigned scope of work and authority. Thank you.
Committee might have questions.
Okay,
Questions from committee members?
yes.
Are you aware that there are other states that, or other states that have different policies?
I am aware that that is a minority. And I'm also aware that some states, I think, have done that in the legislation.
But there are states that do not have prison population.
There are states that do adjust the prison population. I'm aware of that. Thank you.
Justice Chavez, you have a concern? Yes, I'm a concerned citizen, and frankly, we cannot hear the proceedings through the room without a microphone. So this proceeding needs to stop until we get adequate audio equipment to make it fair and impartial to every citizen here to have that right to hear what that lady just said. And here's the grounds for that. If we can't have a fair and legal hearing, then this needs to stop right now until you are better prepared as a committee. That is your job as a committee, to have a prepared grounds for consumers and citizens to hear. Thank you.
I agree.
I can't hear you, sir.
Unfortunately, Justice Chavez, I appreciate the answer.
I can barely hear you, and I'm not deaf.
Right, APS's PA system isn't working right now. As a PA
Then you need council reschedule this meeting. Excuse me, I carry around a phone box with me when we do rallies. I'm a one individual citizen. You guys could have gotten this done. We believe that there's a reason you have made this hearing inaudible for the entire audience in this room.
And ladies, that is not a true statement, all right? Nobody wants this to be inaudible. I want this.
Then stop
especially I can hear
it.
myself.
Reschedule. That is in your power to do as a committee to say, we are going to stop this and we started when we are prepared.
Here's my concern.
We're not prepared.
Here's,
I
no,
did
I
not
have
get
here
it now.
now.
I did not get notification of this until 12:30 this morning.
It's been
Right.
posted on the
Ladies,
website.
if you want to talk about what the arrangement is, the legislature has put into law a very short time period. We put meetings together as quickly as we can in more meetings than what we're required under the law, simply because we want to hear everyone.
Exactly, and we are able to hear you because you are making a concerted effort to speak audibly. And that needs to be happening with every committee member in here, but you cannot ask that of the citizens.
I just want to hear everybody. I love the
I want to
idea
hear everybody too.
of finding a solution. So
No, this is our taxpayer dollars being used to shut us down and silence people and keep people in the dark. You guys are irresponsible in not preparing. You could have bought a $150 boom box and created a sound system for yourself, but you didn't.
So I'm the IT person. If anybody falls.
So go over to pick up a boom box and
I did.
continue this
It's
meeting.
right there.
Right,
It
no.
won't connect, so it's mine.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't need, if you need to recess. And you need to reset on your grounds, they're not there. You know what? You're not giving the people on the west side their chance.
we appreciate all of your feedback.
No, you could have provided a better. Look, I've been over on this side.
Community members, we're resourceful, right? We can speak up and make sure one another is
No,
heard.
ma'am, not everybody can, because you know what? People are disabled, they may not have that ability. They may not have the ability. I have a very strong voice because I'm a trained voice person who can sing and public speak, but that is not everyone's case. I'm speaking audibly, so everyone in this room can hear what I have to say in my concern because it's legitimate. I am a citizen, just like every other person here is an equal citizen. You're not any right or better than any of us.
neither one is anyone here. But I'm gonna stand up and say, we can't hear the citizens speak and express their concerns against redistricting. We appreciate that feedback very much, and the Justice Chavez and the chair responded. We're gonna do the best we can to make that accommodation. Okay, because if we can't hear the person, we will ask you to speak up and repeat it. That's great. Thank you very much. So with that, no, because I want to sit where I would like to sit, be able to hear, and everyone else. You don't like that I'm making a point of this, an issue in your committee meeting. But you know what? It's a point to consider, and it's a point of importance. And people on the West Mesa deserve better than this.
So, I'm about solutions. Right,
Oh,
so let's find a solution to the problem.
My solution and suggestion has been stated to stop this hearing, stop the witnessing the testimonies, and convene at a time when you are prepared. And that is who you have hired as you did not hire commissioners prepared.
Now, I'm only one vote on this committee, all right?
Well,
But a lot of
here, let's take a vote.
a lot of people came here to speak.
I'm not talking to you, sir. I'm talking to the committee,
All right,
and I'm not listening to you.
We're gonna try something. We're gonna try something. Be seated and we'll try to fix it. It might cause a delay in what is being said.
Okay,
We're gonna.
thank you for finding a solution.
West Michigan did not know the PA system was down until just before we started.
Okay.
We're ready for our next.
Why are we having this meeting over heated conditions? I just called the superintendent. Thank you. Appropriate. And this is typical treatment. We're working on it. We can't hear, and it is too hot. You should recess. And I have to
At some point, it feels like you're trying to shut the
and take a
meeting
vote.
down. Are you trying to stop the meeting?
No, ma'am, I think I'm actually standing up for everyone in here. Well, that's up to you, ma'am, but that is my choice. So I'm asking you as a citizen to reconvene and stop the hearings until you are prepared.
I would like to continue, please. We're all here. I'm here with my kids as well, and I've taken time. So if y'all can hear me, that's great. If not, please let me know. They do have some sort of system, but please, I would appreciate the
Members,
Sunny's working on something. We're gonna see if it gets feedback. We're not gonna use that.
All they think is every day.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, we're taking 5 minutes to see if we can fix the system. If not, we're gonna proceed and we're gonna ask people to speak up.
What we do is turn the thermometer up. Yeah. What? What's the meeting without? Oh.
Test. Question is gonna be, Sunny? Sunny, the question. Ready.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
What will happen is Justice Chavez folks will have to unmute when they come up there to provide public comment. And as you guys talk, it should be broadcasting from that speaker in the back of the room. There's going to be a little bit of a delay, but it will raise the volume. Again, APS is, their PA system is completely down. The IT person.
Okay,
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get going. I'm gonna call up the next person. When you come up, I'm gonna ask you to come all the way up to the laptop, put your hand on the space bar and address the community as well as the committee. And that way we can record your comments as well. All of the comments are available on the nmredistricting.org website. Minutes will be there as well as the presentations and the meeting materials. So anything and everything that you want to know about what's going on with the Citizen Redistricting Committee is available. And there are also materials in Spanish and English and the resources are being posted about. There is a bit of an echo. All right, I'd like to ask Mr. Colton to come forward, please. Thank you, sir.
Sunny's computer needs to get silenced. That's what's.
Yeah, Sunny. Oh, there it goes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Colton Dean. I'm here today mostly as a resident of the International District in Southeast Albuquerque. I want to make a few comments about that.
correct? Or will that give us reverb?
So we're not gonna mute anything from there. You're just gonna talk directly into the mic. And can you hear us all right?
Alrighty, testing. Can you hear me okay? Alrighty,
I can get Mr. Dean our attention. The meeting has been called to order by the chair. Thank you.
good afternoon, everyone. My name is Colton Dean, and I'm coming here to speak on behalf of the International District, which is located in southeast Albuquerque. Currently, it is split between House Districts 19 and 21 and Senate District 16 and 17. However, many of us in the community feel that it should be its own House District and or Senate District. And this area approximately comprises of San Mateo on the west, Wyoming on the east, Lomas on the north, and Gibson Boulevard to the south, accounting for the Air Force Base, of course. A couple other issues I just wanted to comment on regarding redistricting is an idea that is a little bit different, but I just wanted to suggest it since this is the time to consider different ideas, different plans that could possibly work and may help the overall process run a little more smoothly. So we have 42 senators and 70 representatives. Both 42 and 70 are divisible by 14. So a suggestion that I would just like to put out there is if, ultimately this comes down to the House and Senate agreeing on districts, hopefully not the courts. If the House and Senate can all agree on 14 large districts and the Senate takes their 14, the House takes their 14, and each divides them as they see fit, and they can agree on, well, do your districts fit within the original 14? Yes, approved, and we can redistrict a little faster. One more point I just wanted to comment on. I had submitted through Districtor an idea for the congressional districts. I've lived in New Mexico 26 years, and it seems there is a tension between northern New Mexico and southern New Mexico. And so one of the ideas I had suggested is changing the district line to more of an east-west for districts 2 and 3. CD1 is very centralized because of Albuquerque and Bernalillo County. But I think it would promote more of a unified New Mexico if people from the north and the south are like, well, now we both have to kind of come together and pick a congressperson. And that's all my comments for now. And if anyone has any questions, I'm open to them.
Any members?
Yeah, we looked at your map just because you happened to submit it in the Las Vegas one and talked about it a little bit. Oh, thanks. I had a question. Do you know what the impact is on the surrounding districts for your international district? In particular, not the congressional map. I appreciate that coming up, but the international district map that you drew was really interesting. So I was just wondering, had you done any analysis to see what the impact was on the surrounding districts?
I had not, and I had just started to play around with Districtor a little bit. I do intend to go back and kind of, work with it a little bit more to see if I can possibly complete a full state. However, to my understanding, Districtor as it currently is using the 2010 data, but will be updated soon with the 2020 data. And so I think I'm kind of waiting to see if that gets posted, then I'll really try to put a little more research thought into a map.
That's good to know. Thank you.
Any other members have a question? I do have a question, Mr. Dean, and I appreciate your presentation, and I've listened to other public meetings where this issue has been discussed, but what I haven't heard is why is it that you do not want 2 representatives and 2 senators? And is that a majority perspective in the international district?
From my perspective, the area that is considered the international district, for one, is one of the most culturally diverse districts in Albuquerque, possibly New Mexico. And it's also one of the more economically stressed areas of Albuquerque, which, you know, I don't know if that's a direct result of, you know, districts that have more affluent areas on other ends that they pay more attention to. But it does, that might be a possibility. It seems like there's less attention where those two districts kind of come together, which is about where Central and San Mateo through Central and Wyoming is. I think if they had their own dedicated representative and or senator, that would help improve that community in many ways.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for Mr. Dean. This is Robert Radigan. I was intrigued, and thank you for pointing out that both the Senate seat and the House seats are divisible by 14. I have a soft spot for round numbers, so I appreciate realizing that. But I did not follow what you were suggesting we do with that. Could you reiterate that, please?
Well, the idea is just to help foster a more smooth process in the legislature. But most times, you know, if I don't want the House to be worried so much about where Senate districts are encroaching, or the Senate to be worried about House districts encroaching. If they could just both agree on these 14 big districts, then it's like, all right, you go worry about your Senate districts, and then you go worry about your House districts. And as long as everything falls within those original 14, you know, then they can agree, and then there won't be so much bouncing back and forth in conferring the bills. It is the idea. Of course, I don't know exactly how it would go down. It just was an observation I made, and was just a suggestion I offer.
I see. So to make sure I follow, you're suggesting that the House seats and the Senate seats all nest into the same sort of region of Senate and House seats.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, I'm sure there'd be a little bit of bleed over, but just the idea is to improve consensus and try to foster, you know, a speedy redistricting process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dean.
Thank you.
Thank you. Justice Chavez, Representative Figueroa, who was such a champion for the redistricting legislation, came in when we were working out text. I'd like to acknowledge her as well.
Please.
Representative Figueroa, do you mind taking a stand? This woman deserves a major round of applause, along with Representative Dow. So you all to have this process and to have this cross-partisan committee. The next person that we have here with us is Senator Padilla. Sir, would you come on up?
Okay, thank you all very much, and thank you to the commissioners. Thank you so much for being here and coming to our community. I came today to share a couple of thoughts, but primarily I wanted to see my mentor, Senator Michael Sanchez, one of our true New Mexico heroes. Can we give him a special hand? He's given so much to New Mexico over the years. And thank you, Curtis, as well. Thank you. And by the way, the sugar cookie you gave me before was delicious. Thank you. So I also want to thank the Maestas children. I don't know if you saw them or not, Representative Maestas and Vanessa Aladi. Their kids are handing out oranges and water, and thank you to the Maestas family for hosting us so well. Thank you, sir, Representative. So just a couple of things for you to consider that I'd like to ask you to consider as a commission when you're putting your plans together and stuff is really around or will you, maybe that's a question, topography, things like rivers. And so I have a half incorporated district. I have half city, half county I have 2 large dumps. I have all the toxic waste dumping you can imagine on South Broadway. I have the jail. I have a number of things going on in my district. So, will you consider things like a river, freeway, and then also, I hope that you will look at things related to, that's my district right there, economic development viability. The ability for a district and a set of representatives and a senator and a congressperson to be able to focus and work on economic viability for our area. It's super important. It's been really difficult to be able to get a lot of these things done, but if we're more compacted as a team, then the likelihood of us getting something done is going to be a lot greater. So I would just ask for you to consider these topography things and also economic viability, super duper important, especially in an area like mine. I'm sure maybe we all feel that way, but I do. Another thing for you to, I don't know, maybe one of you could comment on this, I've been 9th year in the Senate, but this is my first redistricting. I came in right after my District 14 came about as a result of all the growth in the Southwest Mesa. Is allowable variances in hard numbers for the size of districts and Senate, House, Congress, what have you. Is there an allowable variance? Because within 10 years, my district, I think Senator Lopez's districts remained pretty the same size that it is now in terms of people. It grew a little bit, but I know mine grew quite a bit in 10 years. So, is there a variance, allowable projected variance, if you can tell us about that? And then, and then I did want to know and I'm not trying to be flip or funny or anything like that. I mean, so the jail, the MDC is in my district, and it on a regular basis has anywhere from 700 people to 2,500 people there. Is that counted in my number? I didn't know if it was or not, because there's constantly a group of people living there, and I'm not sure how that gets divvied up or how that works, because they come from everywhere, but there's a constant number there. So I'm just curious how that gets handled. If you can tell, maybe all of us talked to a lot of people today that wanted to know this too. Is party registration or affiliation accounted for anywhere, and how these numbers come about? I didn't really have that question coming in because I'm a Democrat and I'd love for you to give us as many Democratic seats as possible, as you can imagine. However, I just want to be fair and know, does that get put into the mix somehow? And then my last question or comment was just around, again, 9th year in, first redistricting, but it seems like there's a lawsuit or lawsuits every 10 years. Are there things that can be done to avoid that, so that we just get on with the business of governing and not turn this into a food fight, every 10 years? So those are my comments. I appreciate you listening to me. I don't know if anybody wants to comment on any of those, and I'll just stay here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Senator. As far as variances, are you talking about population deviations?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Historically, it's been plus or minus 5%, so that if one district had negative 5% population, in other words, 5% less than ideal, then the most you could do on the other side is 5%. The legislation this year was written differently. This year it reads, you can go up to a total of 10% deviation, which means you could potentially have somebody that has minus 7% from ideal, which means the largest district could only be plus 3%. So we have a little more flexibility this year with that. That deals only with the House, District, and Public Education Commission. When it comes to Congress, it's pretty much mathematical. We look at all the communities of interest, et cetera, but we try to get perfect numbers. In fact, I think 10 years ago, the judge ordered that there only be 1 person deviation. And our rule currently reads, unless we can justify it by certain federal requirements, we're going to try to be even with Congress. Then with respect to the lawsuits, what can be done? I think the legislature may have fixed it. They have a citizen redistricting committee. We'll get the public input. We're going to propose maps to them. They have another shot at public input in drawing maps. What has happened historically is basically you have one party in the legislature that adopts maps. The governor's office, run by a different party, vetoes the maps. So you don't have agreement. When the legislature cannot come up with maps that the governor signs, you automatically have a civil rights violation because it violates the 1 person, 1 vote rule. That's what results in litigation. I think this year you have a really good chance of having maps adopted. and by the legislature and the governor. And then that's it, but we have to be very careful with what we recommend to the legislature. Party registration, we are not allowed to consider party registration until after we have adopted maps. And the reason for that is we don't want to favor a party, an incumbent, or a candidate as we're looking at it. It's going to be a difficult task, don't get me wrong. But once we adopt maps, we will have a partisan measure that will give you that information. So in our evaluation to the legislature and to the public, after we adopt maps, we will explain why the maps comply with the Redistricting Act, federal law, how we have avoided diluting minority voting powers, what communities of interest we have preserved, and a partisan fairness. We've already hired or contracted with a professor who will do that measurement for us, and you will get all that information. I think I may have topography and rivers, we have to stick with precincts, basically.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, can you repeat that? I didn't hear you.
With respect to topography, although we can consider it generally, we still have to draw maps using precincts. So the question is, did the precincts honor, and research and polling might have a better answer than this, do all precincts honor those types of boundaries? Michael, do you have anything to add?
Thank you. So, oh, there we go. I guess I'm curable now. Okay, so I want to address two things, the topography and the precinct boundaries, and then the prison pop, by the way. And so, yes, where the precinct boundaries follow physical features, then we can use physical features or topography to draw the district boundaries. Sometimes the precinct boundaries don't follow physical features. Maybe they might follow, say, the Pueblo boundaries, Navajo Nation boundaries, and things like that. But where they follow topography, then yeah, they can use as district boundaries. For the prison pop, the quick answer is yes, the correctional facility prison population is included in the population of the district.
So just with your permission, Mr. Chairman, just before you sit down, so a district can jump across a freeway or across a river, the same district?
That is correct.
Glad to hear that. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
I had a question. So I was curious if you could say a little bit more about what you mean by economic viability and what that would look like to take into account.
Well, Mr. Chairman and Mr. I don't see your name. I apologize, Mr. Sanchez. Yeah, so I don't really know what that, how to tell you that would work. I mean, you have oil and gas, you have agriculture, you have chili, you have pecans, you have piñon up north, you have any number of things going on in the middle, of the state related to technology, maybe up and down I-25 and I-40 along those routes. Economic viability, in my opinion, is do you have the ability to bring the resources into your area to generate business and to promote a business to come into your or existing business to help them do even better or expand or whatever? I don't know. I mean, I'm just asking for you to maybe consider that or have an expert along the way come and present to you and talk to you about that, because I have to tell you, it is, I'm working overtime in my district to bring jobs to my area, but it's a real nut to crack. It really is, as we say in the South Valley, and we really need the help, from that standpoint. We do have institutions of higher education in my district, but they're community college. We need a university. We need a number of things going on like that to really promote economic development for our area. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Just a real quick question to Michael. Michael, what is the growth in Bernalillo County? Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Can you, Michael, can you tell us what the growth in Bernalillo County is presently, if there's been any growth, and what it was 10 years ago when we did the redistricting? I don't know if we went over it at the beginning, but if you could put it up there again and show the individuals.
Thank you for the question. So the question, if I heard it right, was what was the growth of Bernalillo County in past decade and maybe the decade before? So the growth from 2000 to 2010 was 19%. And the growth from 2010 to 2020 is estimated at about 3%. So we won't know that final growth number until the 2020 census numbers come out next week.
Thank you, Michael.
Representative Maesta?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Commissioners. My name is Mo Maestas. I'm the state representative from District 16. And I want to welcome you to the heart of District 16. And thank you so much for accommodating the request of Westsiders to meet here on the West Side. The state has not grown in 10 years, but 55% of that growth has occurred right where you're sitting on the west side of Albuquerque, west side of Bernal County, and south part of Sandoval County. Also want to welcome you to the Randy Castillo Performing Arts Center. Randy Castillo is a student here at West Mesa High School. And didn't need a mic for his drums, but he was, as you know, Mr. Chair was a drummer for Ozzy Osbourne and just a fantastic artist. And we welcome you here. The first bill, one of the first bills I introduced in 2007 when I was a rookie was to redistrict, because we had learned shortly thereafter that you don't need to, a government doesn't need every 10 years to redistrict. Theoretically, you could redistrict whenever you want. That didn't win me over with my colleagues very, very much. And in 2011, as you recall, I was also the lead plaintiff in the redistricting litigation that led to the current maps, Maestas versus Judge Hall versus Governor Martinez. So I've been involved in this for a long, long time, primarily because of the historical underrepresentation of the West Side and the dramatic growth that's occurred on the West Side that may be unfamiliar to folks who don't live here. But in 2001, I don't know so much about 1991, but there was massive growth in the 80s, particularly in the Taylor Ranch area. And then of course, in the 90s, there was huge growth on the West Side. But in 2001, we did not receive an additional House seat. I think we were supposed to get a seat from the Mid Heights. That Mid Heights seat was won by a new incumbent. And I don't think folks wanted to rock the boat with regards to the democracy that occurred in that district. So the districts oozed over. So obviously there was one person, one vote, but there wasn't West Side persons representing West Siders in the legislature. And so it created 10 years of huge disparities in which District 29, which is now represented by Joe Garrett, was actually close to 60,000 people in 2010. My district was like 35 or 40,000. And so as a result of the litigation and primarily using the river as a boundary, the Judge Hall had no choice but to transplant two districts to the West Side, one from Roswell, one from the Mid Heights. And then of course, Rio Rancho got a district. I think Rio Rancho got the district from Roswell, as was mentioned. And then the district from the North came to the West Side. But the day that those districts went into effect, the day that the West Side and Sandoval County had 3 new districts, the very next day we were underrepresented. And so I asked several things. Number one, that at least 2 of the 3 maps, if not the 3 maps, contemplate a new House seat for West Side of Albuquerque. Because when you look at the numbers from the purple district with the star, and I don't know the numbers, I just know the colleagues, I think it's 13 or 14. But you look at District, Robo Caballeros district with the star, District 26, 29, mine 16, 68, and 23. And then you incorporate 60, 57, and I believe 44, Representative Padre Colbert's district. If you look at the numbers in all of those districts I just mentioned, they are plus 30,000 people. I'm pretty confident of that, if not more. And so the tougher question is, where do you put the new district? And the even tougher question is, where does the new district come from? Because as we all know, you don't just draw 71 districts, it has to come from somewhere. And that's a problem for the folks in those communities. I think in the southwest part of the state, I introduced legislation 10 years ago that the districts that are currently held by Representative Terrazas, Representative Sweetser, and Representative Dow that the population 10 years ago could have justified 2 houses. We didn't have the votes to make that happen. And then, of course, the extra house seat came from the north, where there was a more political unity to maintain that district politically. But anyway, my point is that it is a problem to take a district from somewhere. It is a big problem. But it's not our problem. It's not our problem as West Siders. Our problem is being historically underrepresented for at least 30 years in this part of the state. When you look at capital outlay, if every house person gets, say, $500,000 in capital outlay a year, we were short the 3 seats for 10 years. That's say 1.5 million. You couple that with the Senate, and then you multiply that times 10 years, maybe 20 years, maybe 30 years of underrepresentation. There is tens of millions of capital outlay dollars that the West Side did not receive. And so not only do we deserve it today, but we don't want to be continuously underrepresented 10 years from now, because the growth that hopefully will occur in our economy these next 10 years will happen on the west side of Albuquerque, will happen in Rio Rancho, southern Sandoval County. The city of Albuquerque, if in fact it wants to grow and become a healthy, robust metropolis of 800, 900,000 people, the growth will be on the west side. It cannot grow north because of the Sandia Pueblo, cannot grow east because of the Sandia Mountains, cannot grow south because of Isleta Pueblo. It can only grow west. There is a road that's been in the making for 25 years, Paseo de Volcan, which goes on the backs from I-40 on the backside of Double Eagle 2 Airport and connects Rio Rancho, which Rio Rancho doesn't really have an organic, even though it's a suburb, doesn't really have an organic relationship to Albuquerque. There's just one road in, one road out, and it does not touch a major interstate. Once that road is built, once Double Eagle 2 is upgraded, it can be a hub nationally and internationally for the supply chain of the new economy. Amazon, one of the largest companies in the world, has made it the largest North American building in that part of town. They're building a second one. Those jobs will increase the housing will increase the jobs, and our economy will start growing, and it will start growing in this part of town. So my point is that that in a perfect world, if you have to make districts 29,000, then the districts on the west side could be 29,000. That way in 10 years, they're not 35, 38,000, but they're like, 33, 34,000. So I know that that'd be a tough ask, but, and then all of my comments, you can just equate them to the Senate because I can't have this conversation with my senators in December. So I'll say it now. North of Central, I implore you that all 3 maps, north of Central, please use the river as a boundary. Please use the river as a boundary. These senators do a great job, but they live in the North Valley. They represent North Valley constituents. Not only is the North Valley a different community of interest, it many, many times has diametrically opposed political policy interests. And we cannot have North Valley, anti-growth folks representing us on the west side, where it's not sprawl to us, it's jobs, it's businesses, it's restaurants, it's schools, it's ballparks, it's roads, it's infrastructure, it's intersections. The intersection on Paseo the Norte and Unser has more cars than practically most intersections in the Heights, with the exception of maybe San Mateo, Montgomery, and is still not completed. The government has still not built out that intersection, and there's huge vacant lots on all 4 sides waiting for economic growth. And so I can go on and on. I really appreciate the time, really appreciate you guys taking time away from your families and businesses to do this. And if you leave away with one thing, north of Central to the county line in Bernalillo County, the river must be the boundary. We need West Side residents representing West Side constituents in the new economy and the new world. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Maestas.
No. Next, we have Ms. Nancy Beers.
That's perfect, if you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you. I do have prepared notes that I'll refer to, but I also want to talk to your questions or anything you may have. My name is Nancy Burse. I am currently the elected Bernalillo County Treasurer here, but also I come to you as past president of City Council District 6 Coalition, as well as past president of La Mesa Community Improvement Association. And I'm speaking on behalf of the 5 neighborhoods that we refer to as the International District. You may not know, but in 2002, I sat at a community meeting and talking to business leaders, we came up with, we need our own designation. We need to be our own center of activity. And they asked, well, what does that mean? And I said, well, let's call us something. The first thing you do is you name it. Let's give ourselves a great name. Something based in positive assets that we feel we have. And we came up with the International District. And we had about 6 neighborhood meetings that finally did come up with that name, that finally did ask neighborhoods joining us who wanted to join, who wanted to be a part of the International District. Unfortunately, Nob Hill declined. And we said, that's great. We want to be the International District. And this was in 2002 that we started. 2008 started those neighborhood meetings where I kept mentioning it to local, state, and federal representatives. So finally, in 2008, Bernalillo County recognized the International District. In 2009, our Senator Tim Keller recognized and memorialized us in both House and Senate unanimously. In 2009, also, City Council recognized and memorialized the International District in Albuquerque. And truly, that is important. We still stand as the only 5 communities recognized at all 3 levels of government. Can I have applause? The purpose of that designation is to afford the citizens of the International District the political and social empowerment to encourage positive economic outcomes. Thank you, Mr. Maestas, Senator, for mentioning the economic portion of that, of Albuquerque, because so many times we're an older community and we have been marginalized. We have been left behind. And that's not fun. And we want to take that back and say, we're here. If you look at our districts, and I think you pulled those up on the map. And of course, I'll be submitting our map as well when we get to it. But all of these voters residing in the International District do represent the most diverse in Albuquerque and in New Mexico. And when I talk about diversity, I'm talking about racial and ethnic diversity that we have. There are 48 different languages spoken in our high school, Highland High School. You will not find that anywhere else in New Mexico. The International District has been home and a place to conduct commerce for all international people all over the world. The Asian American population is most concentrated there, but also we have the largest population of off-reservation Native Americans. We split those collective, the neighborhoods comprising the International District, and we believe they are clearly memorialized as a community of interest. Right now, as you saw, whoops, put the map back. Okay, yes. As my ward chair, Mr. Dean spoke to, we do have 2 House and 2 Senate representatives. Our feeling is that really dilutes our voice because they do have areas outside of the international district that are competing with us, such as Nob Hill, such as the upside, what do you call it?
Hill.
No, by the uptown, and you have other areas that are all competing. Mesa del Sol is another one that's going to be competing. So we feel it's best to have it concentrated. When we look at our maps, and we'll prove that when the numbers come out soon, that by having 1 senator and 1 representative, we'll be able to meet that 30,000 and 50,000 threshold. There will be a little bit of movement on the side. As we talk to those folks, they are not opposed to that. And so we feel like that would be a great thing to do. We came to you in 2011 asking for the same thing. So we are again here with you asking to look at that. As I said, we will be submitting this for you. So we'll have it more on paper for you to really ruminate and really study to see. But we think we make a great argument for it. And I stand for any of your questions as well. Thank you.
Questions?
I look forward to your map.
Thank you, sir.
And I would just ask that, I'm gonna ask the same question in these meetings all the time, and that is what the real impact is to everybody around you. Right, because there's some changes. I'm more familiar with the Senate districts.
Okay.
Going up, Senator T.C. Pino's district, which has kind of an odd jog over the river. And then if that moves up and Nob Hill moves up, and then how are you affected by that? If that were to happen, if that were to be the impact, you know, like your boundary really matters.
It really does. But the other thing that you can see that was brought up is if you recognize the river as a boundary, then you can get rid or realign. I can't say get rid of, I'm sorry, I apologize. You're looking at, who's the representative? Andres Romero, who has a large swath of the South Valley that comes over to Mesa del Sol. But that's not really his focus, quite frankly. So we really want to talk about that unified voice. If we look at my house. And our house is 19 and 21 in the green and the blue. So yes, we will take those edges. But I think when you look at those edges, you also have not just Ortiz y Pino, but you also have Gail involved in this, and she can be switched around and made more compact and meet your requirements. Also, when you look at 21, you see that it goes way out, and you've split my neighborhood in the Mesa into 2 areas, as well as Trumbull Village. So you can tighten those up if you're talking about the house. The same thing happens, quite frankly, in the Senate. Because there's other things coming up. Thank you. There's 19, and we have, let's see, 16 and 17. 16 and 17. The purple?
17 is the yellow.
Is it yellow?
That's
okay. Because we can see how 16 really spreads out, and we can make some accommodations there as well. So again, talking about compactness, talking about meeting some of those principles a little bit better, we think we can do that. Thank you so much, Senator Curtis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. First. And just that reminder, go onto the website nmredistricting.org. We have opportunities to provide public comment that way as well. Next up, we have Ms. Andrea Serrano. Ms. Serrano, are you still here? Wonderful.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. You can hear me okay with the mask? My name is Andrea Serrano. I'm a lifelong resident of Albuquerque. I was born and raised in Duranez and now live in the South Valley. And I'm talking today specifically about CD1 and how packing CD1, packing all of Bernalillo County into Congressional District 1, packing all of Congressional District 1 isn't going to serve the county. And so this isn't a slight against the representatives we have right now, or the representative we had prior to Representative Stansbury. It really is thinking about the fact that it's the largest county in the state. And the needs of the South Valley are vastly different from the needs of the northwest part of the county, vastly different from the Northeast Heights, even very different from the International District. And so having one person represent all of Bernalillo County in Congress is actually a disservice to the entire county. And it actually, because there's so many diverse populations, who actually ends up being underrepresented are typically communities of color and communities that have a lower socioeconomic status. And so, really thinking about splitting Bernalillo County so that there's actually more representation and being able to share congressional districts with other parts of the state, I think is actually going to be beneficial not only to residents in the South Valley, but residents to other parts of Bernalillo County, being that it's the most populous county. The other, in thinking about really how Bernalillo County is diverse, a lot of times Albuquerque, it's, as a South Valley resident, I have an Albuquerque address, but I don't have Albuquerque services. Like I don't have trash pickup from Albuquerque. It's different. It's the county and the city are very different. And so, who we call in an emergency, whether or not we can use 311, all of those things are very different. So sort of painting all of Bernalillo County as Albuquerque, downtown is very different from Los Padillas, for example, which is a very rural area, the same with Pajarito. And so really what we're thinking about is how to make sure that there's equity, but particularly for communities like the South Valley, which have so much potential and have resiliency, but it's not enough to just have potential and resiliency if you don't have equal representation. So I appreciate you all being out here today. Thanks for the chance to speak.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes, hi. Well, thank you for your comments. Just for clarification, your recommendation for us to consider moving parts of the South Valley to C2.
Yeah, so I was looking through the website and actually noticed there was a map that was submitted that made a lot of sense to me. That actually takes, sort of the part of Bernalillo County into CD2. I don't know what the map was called, re-envisioning Mexico. It's that map, I think, that really is very intriguing in a lot of ways. And I think, it's really great to hear, it's heartening to hear the comments at the beginning that, community members are the experts of our communities. And I'm really happy to hear the committee have that belief, because I think oftentimes lines get drawn. Most of our communities don't even realize that redistricting is a thing that happens, much less that it's happening right now. And so the more that communities engage in being able to draw those lines, and that factors into the decision, I think that there's something very intriguing about this map and should be very seriously taken into consideration.
Any other questions? Michael, is this the only congressional map that has appeared since our last meeting? Do you have any comments you'd like to share with us about that?
We saw it.
We got it last time, Michael.
And so, Mr. Arno, so just to encourage you, so even though this map intrigues you, please draw another, okay?
Oh, yeah, no,
Yes.
definitely, using the tools and all of those things will definitely be, submitting them. So again, you know, redistricting is something that I think is very new for our communities. And so being able to encourage community to be involved in this process and submitting maps is going to be really vital.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Melissa Sanchez.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Melissa Sanchez, and I am the Executive Director for the Albuquerque Westside Business Association and a longtime Westside resident. And I welcome you to the Westside. Thank you so much for doing this meeting here and listening to the community. And I do believe that the Westside is a community of interest. As we've seen in the presentation earlier, the population has grown over the years, and it's not stopping. We're still continuing to grow, and because of that, we need equal representation. And so with that, I'm kind of going to repeat what others have said as far as doing boundaries with the river. I currently live in Senate District 13, which there is just a small, I think it's just maybe 1 or 2 precincts maybe that are on the west side, and the majority of the district is North Valley and Northeast. And so that river is really important as a boundary. And so I would ask that you please consider using that river as a boundary so we can have that proper representation. One of our major issues on the west side, of course, is the lack of jobs. We have a growing population, but we lack jobs on this side of town. And we really do need support and representation in trying to attract these jobs. I know Senator Padilla had said that it's kind of difficult to attract these jobs, and it's just been an issue that we've had here on the west side. And so that's pretty much it. I think everyone else already kind of said what I had wanted to say. I don't want to repeat too much, but I think my main point is using that river as the boundary.
Any questions from the committee?
Yes, ma'am. Sure. Were you speaking about House District 15?
Senate District 13.
Senate District 13.
A little hard to see where the river is, 13 and 12.
So I think right there where 30 is, that is the area that is on the west side, west of the river.
Southwest of course.
Oh, there it is.
Chairman Ed, but you see where the line, precinct 30 in the blue, precinct 83 in the pink, the eastern boundaries of them are the river, and then it cuts down. The river cuts down to the left and then swings. Well, as I guess you're looking at it, swings down to the right, and then it'll swing back to the left again. But I know 30 is a west side precinct. I know 83 is a west side precinct. So the river is right there. I do know in District 10, Senate District 10, you see 4, 5, and a couple other precincts that are definitely east of the river. I know for the exception of precinct 30, all of this Senate District 13 is east of the river. And then I can't see well enough
or 26 and 12. I know that a little bit of 12 is west of the river, because I guess the way I'm looking at it, the river swings to the right from where it had been going.
Any questions? Mr. Salcedo?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was actually just going to point something out, but I think this gentleman just did. If I remember right, the two precincts we're talking about basically between the river and Coors, and it runs down, then what is it, south of Paseo. I think it goes all the way to Montano, the district or the precincts we're talking about. And then it jumps over north of Montano, over Coors as well, for one neighborhood.
Remember, Salcedo, you're correct. Basically, where you see that black line, the west side of 83 and the west side of 30, of course, Boulevard, where you see that looks black to me.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, I just wanted that clarification to make sure I was thinking about what we're talking about.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Ms. Marcy May. While she's coming up, you all will notice the website this is. So if you go to nmredistricting.org and go to the public input portal, there's 3 different ways to give input. It tells you about the written testimony, a little more information about a community of interest, and about the districting plan.
First of all, thank you for having us. I don't know if you were able to pull up my a map. I did make a map, and I apologize. It's voter fraud map. So the reason why I titled it voter fraud map, I helped and campaign for probably about 12 different candidates this last 2020 election. And I was able to see that there was a lot, you know, I'm Republican, and you know, that might seem like it's a dirty word to some people, but still I'm a constituent. And I was very shocked at the results, because we did see many of our candidates that had some of the same patterns that we saw in the presidential election, where we were watching the graph, and I'll use my hand. So the numbers were going up, up, up. They stopped, stop, 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 and then the other person came up ahead. Yeah. Sure.
Sunny, do we have somebody email you so that you can share their map? If she has her, she might be able to do that.
Yeah,
So if you submit a map and hit submit, it should show up, but you can also email it to us and we can post a map that way if you created one. So Ms. May is just working through that detail with.
We're not finding it.
We're gonna, I'm gonna,
Let's
she has
try
an
it.
image and I'm gonna get it on the screen in just a second.
Oh, perfect.
You always kind of learn to do backups and things like that. So the reason why, okay, again, so I'm also part of Call to Action New Mexico, and we're nonpartisan, and we are just working on educating people. And so I really appreciate that you guys are wanting to get the community's input. That's very important. You know, we, like I said, we saw a lot of that same kind of pattern that they talked about in the presidential election. And so I took a look, and I don't know if they'll be able to pull this one up. I'll try it again. Where there was actually a map that was brought out. Just this past week, dealing with the national, there was a map just showing the fraud. And so I used, and this is out by Seth Kerschel, who's a retired intelligence captain, and he released his final national numbers of fraud over the weekend. And so my map is very rough because I was just trying to get a map in there. And I appreciate, is it Senator Padilla saying, no, I want as many Democrats in my camp as possible. And I think that's what we would all, if we were honest, we would all say that, right? But what we want to do is we want to present a map that is not partisan. And I think we should probably take a look at, I know that you said that you don't want to take a look at partisan maps because before the final decision is made, but when I take a look at the main map that was given on the website, and I don't know if you guys can pull that one up. It's now, let me explain this one to you. The blue is where high numbers of fraudulent votes were found, okay, extra votes. And then the green was moderate. And then the one that's outlined in red and white, that's low, okay? And so when we look at that, and you can agree or disagree, okay? We should always be able to take a look at all kinds of stats, see what this person's saying, see what's happening. When we take a look at the new map that's being proposed, Bernalillo is kind of cut out, and the place that had a less amount of voter fraud. Can you show the map that is shown with this? You guys probably have that one. The two maps, the current CD1 and then the proposed CD1, or proposed congressional districts. Okay, do you know who that was proposed by? Okay. All right, so, and that's good to know. Okay? We want, what I think is important, and you know, look, I'm whiter than sour cream, right? Yo soy gringa. Pero yo vivo en Albuquerque, I'm from Chicago. And my husband is part Native American. My father-in-law is Puerto Rican. You know, we got everybody. We're one big happy family. His family lives in this area. And I think that's something that's very important as you go forward is to not focus on everybody's individual differences. We are a melting pot. That is where our strength comes from. It doesn't mean that our needs are not addressed. It doesn't mean that we can't address needs, even though, I have a friend who's across the wall, who's a baker or, runs a bread store, another one, two IT people, we have a lot of IT people. It doesn't matter because, I don't get to eat if my bread store friend doesn't have food. They don't have, their store doesn't run if the IT people aren't there. And so what I'm pointing out with this is that when you guys are making these maps, we shouldn't be saying, well, Jose does not get along with this person. The purpose of unity with diversity is that we all work together. We have to work together. And we make sure that the needs are met and that the communication is kept open and that people are not stonewalled out. And I think that's very important. There was a lot of voter fraud, and there's a lot of voter fraud intimidation. And I can actually tell you personal stories of people maybe who have been in this room or in this district where they have been intimidated with their most sacred right to vote. This is what's going on, and this is what should be held sacrosanct. That people are not judged on the content, on the color of their skin, but the content of their character. We have gone very far. I love multi-ethnicity. We are richer because of it. We grow from each other. But when we start saying, this is my spot, you can't come in this area. Yo soy Republicano? No. Or you're a Democrat, you got to stay out of this area. That's wrong. That pits us against each other, and we have to watch out for that. I will just tell you, looking at some of the people that are in this districting group, the Common Cause, I don't recognize any conservative groups. There are no conservative groups. Are there any Republicans on this panel? I don't know. I know there's very strong, Michael Sanchez. Okay. And so two. Okay, and that's great. I want to know. And that's why we want to ask. We should ask those questions, and we shouldn't be afraid to ask those questions. Because whether or not we admit it, we have a bias. Everybody has a bias. And if we could just admit that, get it out in the open, and I appreciate like what, is it Senator Padilla? He said, I want more Democrat votes. That's being honest. Okay? Let's be honest. Let's not hide behind facades. Let's take a look at population. Population is what really should be the driver. When we start talking about, I know that there are different needs. You have the people who are dependent on the water and people who are dependent on the roads. And, the problems that we had here this morning, the heat is still unbearable. Our schools are in need. The people are in need. And I think fiscal responsibility should dictate what should be driving.
Any questions from the committee? Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Audrey Trujillo, if you are still here, the floor is yours. Ms. from that beautiful red shirt. Hi, everybody. I'm representing the National Hispanic Assembly of New Mexico. I'm their political director. And
I just wanted to say thank you for putting this off and involving the community. I think this is a really awesome thing. This is the first time this has been done, I think, right? So thank you for that. Also, I kind of agree with a lot of the things that were said today, especially with, I think, making it more simplified as far as the districting, because what we do need is, I'm in District 23, House District, and just it's CD3. And when I did run for House of Representatives there, sorry. And during that time, just the mapping was so crazy. I mean, it was just really hard to follow. And the representation was kind of in and out. And it just felt like it needed to be, everything could be done better and more simplified and more equal opportunity to be able to map out districts where the citizens are represented in those districts. So I know Moma Estes had brought up the fact that, you know, the east side has different needs that maybe Albuquerque don't have, especially when it comes to land and the type of land we have. There's a lot of room for growth up there. So when you represent a map, you know, then you redistrict, I think those kind of things need to be considered. Also with our districts where our schools are represented. I live in Corrales and we pay Sanibel taxes. So all our money goes to the high schools and all those different schools up there. But our kids don't go there because we're districted in the area where we're Albuquerque public schools. That's another thing that we may want to consider. I have a problem with the census, the way it's put out, just because of the fact that when we do census, everybody needs to be represented, right? We all have to include everybody that's in that area. But the problem when we do redistricting, we look at the census numbers, I don't feel like it represents the populations, like especially the Hispanic population, because we have a lot of immigrants, illegal immigrants, or people that are just here that are not, you know, able to vote. And those people are part of those numbers. So how can we fix that? And how can we make sure that our Hispanic vote is counted in those areas? That's all I got. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. No questions. Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Leanna Derek May.
Good afternoon, Leanna Derek here from Call to Action, New Mexico. I just want to take a moment and thank you for taking the time to adjust the audio. It is really appropriate for this discussion that we are able to hear the comments of persons and citizens, because you say it is important that you want to hear them, and it's equally important that we want to hear them as well. So thank you again, Chairperson, Chairman. Appreciate that. I know it was uncomfortable for many people, but this is that important for some of us. So I want to just give you a little bit of my history. One of the things I want to say is that I also too worked on the campaigning in this past election. I campaigned all over the metropolitan area, which includes everything from House District 10, 17, 25. I want to say from Ventana Ranch all the way to East Mountains, and then all the way through Academy Paseo, and then down through House District 10. Yes, things need to be changed because they are disproportionate areas. I actually lived in the South Valley for over 20 years. And one of the areas about 10, if you can see that, you can see it's very, very large. And you have a better map at number 10. Okay, there you go. So the thing, could you pull and expand it a little bit to the far right? One of the areas about this is that this has areas developed. And right there, it contains also the Kirtland Air Force Base. Which is, I want to talk about the moving community there. But one of the things I want to point out is that in the section of 144, that area is Dennis Chavez area, and it actually should be extended to include the Pajarito Mesa. And I worked at Pajarito Elementary School, and the children that are in that area, the gentleman's pointing to, is a large community, and they do not have access to running water and electricity. Can you imagine living this close to a metropolitan area and not having access to water and electricity? And they do not have it there. And the children who live there can't wash their clothes, cannot live like the other as their peers do because of where they live. It is a poor area. Many immigrants live there. So that is another area that you do not have actual representation of who lives there. Also having to go to number 10, if you can further extend it, if you can, you can see how long it is. Okay, see how large that area is compared to the rest of Mexico, or excuse me, the metropolitan area. And there are houses, it's fully, it is full. Even the farming community where it used to be a long time ago, you know, the farmers have sold their lands and their houses there. So yes, I do agree that needs to be divided up. I don't have a plan for that one yet, but that is something, an area that I think does need to be addressed. I also want to address the East Mountain community of House District 22, Stephanie Ward. That is another area that is the East Mountains. We have relations who live, my mother-in-law lives in the East Mountain area in Tijeras. And really, they are a community that should exist solely on their own. And I believe that redistricting would benefit them as well, because they're divided by the mountain. That is a geographic certainty that is not going to change. But it also includes the area of Algodones, which is, again, around the corner, and there aren't any public access roads beyond dirt roads to get to Algodones that connects those communities. That's an area that I'd like to just have point there taken. The issue regarding Ventana Ranch is also a community I'm very familiar with. I'm sure I go west. Ventana Ranch, wow. Having lived there after I left the South Valley, what I want to point out about Ventana Ranch, if you could make that clear. Anyways, when you get a moment to do that, there are near Volcano Vista High School. That particular location is the far left, and that location with regards to House District has a new housing development up on top there that's going to be built. I don't know the exact size of it, but we have to consider when new developments are created and people move into those areas. New schools have to be built to accommodate young children, as well as moving things around to make it accessible for everyone. But that is a new community that needs to be considered in Albuquerque. I want to just also talk a little bit about being Navajo Nation. So I did not canvass there, but I am a member of the Navajo Nation. That one thing about that community is that you can both be a tribal member, participate in that election, as well as participate in your local and state elections. You get to choose and still speak up, because that does not, being a tribal member does not preclude you from voting. But that is an area up in that northeast corner that I believe needs to have some voting interest taken advantage of, look at, because our tribes are exploding. They are exploding, they're growing. However, one of the points I'd like to say that in looking at, and as well as the Pueblos have experienced also exponential growth in their communities that need to be considered. I know that the public education department is, I don't know, can you explain how they work with your group? How is the public education department, I saw on your website, have an interest in what you're doing?
It's a
And then,
It's the Public Education Commission that is statewide, and it has 10 districts. And so we are responsible for all statewide districts.
Does that include also looking at, I know that on your website it said congressional and legislative districts. Does that also look at public school districts?
No, the only statewide districts that we look at now are Congress, the State House, the State Senate, and the Public Education Commission.
Okay.
The one that is now excluded is the Public Regulatory Commission, PRC. It's no longer an elected position.
How then is the NMP commission then related to what you do? What is the function of that in relation to what this is about?
I don't know that I can explain it any better. Maybe Joaquin, you want to explain how the Public Education Commission works?
Well, I know what the commission does, but I'm just curious as how it's related to also making the decision for redistricting.
Oh, it has 10 seats throughout the state. And we, just like the Senate districts have, or the congressional districts have 3, we have to look at the 10 districts that they have, and we have to look at equal population, communities of interest. All the same principles apply.
Would that be making it a large, adding more representatives or keeping the 10 and redistributing the districts?
We have no authority to expand the number of districts or reduce the number of districts. We have to look at 10 and make our decisions based on that.
Okay, and that would include also for House representatives and Senate?
Correct.
So we're not going to add more, it's just simply moving them around. Is that correct?
Correct. That would require a constitutional amendment, and that would be for the voters to decide.
That's an excellent point. Thank you for answering my question. The issue of voters is a concern to me, because I can say from my own personal experience that there are 3 areas of consideration. I understand that you're making that consideration off the census numbers, and that is only for the people who did, as Mr. Hill pointed out, people that had actually replied to the census or felt that that was a need to apply, or for whatever reason, only a certain portion of persons responded to that. You cannot account for people that chose not to, or were not able to, or declined. So that is a segment of population that needs to be considered as what you're doing, because that is what you're basing the numbers on. My issue regarding your voters, again, is that there was a high number of dead voters in Albuquerque. That means that they should have fallen off the voter rolls after 2 presidential elections, but they had not been polled. That is a consideration that comes from the Bernalillo County Clerk's office, and that needs to be considered before you make any moves in redistricting. I believe that number would be actually updated and required prior to making this, because the voters are what constitute your New Mexico legislative districts. So dead voters are a considerable problem. And I can speak to this personally because my father-in-law in the South Valley, before he became my father-in-law, I was asked to canvass at his former business. Well, I did not know at that time that he had passed on, please hear me, 11 years ago, and was still showing up on the voter rolls. And I was astounded and then later embarrassed. And then I spoke to his wife and she said, we've been trying to get him off the voter rolls and we've just given up. He's still appearing on the voter rolls. And since I don't have access to a social security number, no one can remove him even by request. He still keeps coming up after 11 years. So something is terribly wrong with our voter records.
Can I share something with you about that? Mm-hmm. So the Bernalillo County Republican Party and Democratic Party chairs, they put members onto what's called the Board of Registration at Bernalillo County. So when I was the Bernalillo County chair, or before that, I was placed on this commission, and we worked with the county clerk to clean up the voter rolls. So that's where that takes place. And so you can call the Bernalillo County clerk's office, see if there's a Board of Registration that is active right now and working with her to clean up the voter rolls. That's the only way that can occur, is through that. And you can see with both party chairs that they've appointed people to that committee to do that work.
And that is very, very important work. And I'm glad to hear that. But I just want to let you know that I believe that as a citizen and as an educated citizen, as an experienced citizen walking these districts, I can say that is something that will take time to clean up. It will take time, because you have to confirm all those persons and you have to remove the votes. The second issue are the people that have moved out of town. And the reason being is that there has been a mass exodus in New Mexico after we've had the pandemic shut down. Businesses closed, schools were closed. I can tell you that many people left. They left Albuquerque, and it's going to take some time for those numbers to settle. And particularly, they participated in the census and then left. So their presence is still recorded in census, but yet their personhood, their individual, has moved and exited out of the state. That's another point I'd like to raise about voter rolls, is that many persons have not taken the time, or maybe did not have the knowledge to go ahead and say, I have moved and please remove me off the voter rolls. We still have a disproportionate number of voters that are showing up on the voter rolls. And this does affect the legislative body, because we're still looking at those numbers to see who they represent and how the numbers of persons in those districts. So that is a number that has not been settled yet. And that number, when you're using census data, I understand they have a purpose, but again, I believe there's faults in that logic, and I'd like to have that considered, because we don't know who has moved out of New Mexico. We don't know what areas were affected most. We do know that the New Mexico Department of Health said that what were affected, according to their statistics in the New Mexico Equity Plan, they had determined that people who lived on the reservations and in poorer communities were greatly affected. This also does include the number of persons who have died during the COVID. There are a number of persons that died. We don't know how to count them yet. We have numbers, but that does not mean they show up on the census numbers. The second issue, I also mentioned the shutdown. We don't have actual data, and I don't know how you would get that data, because that would require something that I don't know, and I don't think your committee would have access to do because it's a public information, and we don't have those numbers. So before further, and this is happening right before, I believe, an election cycle. We've got one coming up this November. Will this decision affect this next election cycle?
The one next year.
Pardon?
The one next year.
The one next year. So it will affect our gubernatorial elections and our cabinet, our executive committee for that. Is that correct?
Yes, the elections will take place next year. The plan is for us to submit our recommendations by October 31st. The legislature will have a special session in early December, as I understand it, and they will have the maps ready to go for next year's election.
So our concern there is an excellent point, because at this present moment, both our House and our Senate houses are representing the Democratic Party. And even though this is a nonpartisan issue, anything that you recommend, we can be voted in, because we don't have a checks and balances in our legislature and our state government. And that is of concern, because right now we have leanings to progressive left ideals. And I cannot help but ignore the fact that your committee and the League of Women Voters who live on this Reform Act are representing a disproportionate amount of Democratic organizations who outright to say that they are Democrat, but also their function has been leaning toward progressive left. So for those reasons, I am skeptical, and I hold my skepticism. I hold it and I let you know what it is, because that is a great concern to me, both as a tribal member and as a person that's very active and very interested in elections and voting. And that is very important to me, because I care very much about New Mexico. I am a tribal member of the Navajo Nation. I don't care to weep, because that is my identity, as well as my land that I'm identified with. I've also lived here for 30 years in the University of New Mexico. I taught at high school level here, middle school and grade school, and I believe in keeping voter rights alive and active. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you.
Justice Chavez, will you clarify the role of fair districts? Because I think fair districts was being conflated with the CRC. Sorry, I think that fair districts was being conflated with the CRC, and so maybe a clarification for me would be helpful.
I don't know how clear I could be, other than there are 7 members of the Citizen Redistricting Committee, and we are not fair districts. We are not League of Women Voters. We are not the Republican Party, not the Democratic Party. We are a cross-partisan body that was appointed by leadership in the State Ethics Commission.
Thank you for that clarification. Let's go next to Mr. Joe Gallant. Sir. Thank you for being patient.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you so much for your time. I know many of you are volunteering entirely on this, and I greatly appreciate your role. Just so that it doesn't stand unchallenged in the public record, I would like to say our election systems are secure. They're audited every 2 years, every statewide election. As far as to hand count random precincts and compare those to a machine count, everything has a paper ballot. But that's not what we're here to talk about today. We're here to talk about district lines. So thank you so much. I would like to speak to Albuquerque as it's kind of considered as a community of interest at the congressional level. The current congressional lines kind of have Albuquerque as this is the one basis of one of these districts, and the other ones will come into the Bernalillo or Albuquerque area kind of as needed to pick up votes or to pick up people to make these districts equal. And And I would argue to flip this, to have communities of interest in Albuquerque consciously put in to other congressional districts, to spread out Albuquerque's influence, but also to serve areas. Albuquerque is an inconvenient size for redistricting. I'm sure you've noticed this, where the city of Albuquerque is about 80% of a district, depending on how you count it. So right now, what happens is the city of Albuquerque is in District 1, and then 20% of the other necessary parts of a district are just kind of other rural areas, East Mountains, South Valley, I would even argue, or Florence County. Those areas are not well served by having 80% each in the city. So I would suggest the solution to that would be to spread out Albuquerque's influence and to take consciously communities of interest within Albuquerque and in the Albuquerque area to spread those out over the 3 congressional districts. I could talk for a while, but I know you all look at these maps a lot and you probably understand that and have heard a lot of what constitutes a community of interest in Albuquerque, including the international district, although not in the city, South Valley, the west side, which is in Albuquerque. So we would argue, or I would argue, just representing myself, that it would be a better approach rather than to have, for instance, just like these little bits into Bernalillo County that are taken into the other congressional districts, to have a conscious effort to put entire communities of interest into the others and work out from Albuquerque rather than what appears to be here of just centering one on Albuquerque and having the other 2 kind of come in as necessary to add just a few people for precincts. I don't think that serves us well, and I don't think it serves the other parts of the district well, where they are then represented entirely guaranteed to be from Albuquerque. Whereas if there was a scenario where these 3 congressional districts radiated out from Albuquerque, whatever that congressional would have to listen to Albuquerque, but would also have to listen to the other areas of the state. So that would be my suggestion as to how you could approach the congressional. I will stand for any questions.
So I just want to understand what you're asking. Are you talking about putting Albuquerque in all 3 districts?
Yes.
Right, and so are you like a pinwheel or something in the middle, looking at dividing part of it?
Yeah, so I would actually advocate that dividing, quote unquote, dividing Albuquerque because of the different communities of interest within Albuquerque. It's the west side is just as different from Nob Hill. South Valley is just as different from downtown as you would say, any part of, kind of these more geographically distant counties. So I would, yes, I would argue.
How do you deal with the community of interest in urban versus rural?
I think right now that issue is not dealt with. And if you look at Congressional District 1, there are so many rural communities that because you're looking at 80% or 70% urban, whatever, however you count urban, within Albuquerque, you're really not doing a service to those other rural areas, like for instance, Moriarty or East Mountains or South Valley, which are more rural. So I would argue that if you spread out the urban in Albuquerque, you're not actually dominating any one congressional district and therefore creating a disservice to those rural areas that have to be put in because Albuquerque cannot be contained within one congressional district.
We had like the interesting request of like some of the South Valley is very rural and it's hard not to think about. I just want to make sure I'm saying this right. So if we're looking at CD2, I mean, it's the reason why I asked you, are you talking about trying to split up the urban so that it's out into rural, or are you taking like pieces, like some part of the South Valley ends up going into CD2 because that's a more rural environment, and most of CD2 is very rural. I mean, so are you talking about pieces or?
I would argue that
disseminating?
I would argue that you shouldn't take individual pieces, as you can kind of see. I don't know exactly what the rationale was for creating District 1 as it is now. You can see basically they were like, oh, let's just add a few precincts into CD3 just to balance the population. That's what it appears to me when I look at this map. So my argument would be to add, if you were going to add parts of South Valley, to add all of South Valley into CD2, and then see if you could make it out from the other areas of interest. But I would also say that like the urban parts of Albuquerque cannot make up one district on their own. So you can't have one district that is just urban. So you should, in order to spread out that impact, you would have to take parts, depending on how you define urban. I mean, you could say we wouldn't put downtown into CD2, but something that's like suburban, or, you know, we shouldn't just say we're definitively going to have a only rural district and we only take rural areas, because Las Cruces is in CD2. So my argument would be to take whole communities of interest, map those out, and then divide them up between the congressional.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Don't forget to submit a map.
All right, next we have Sheridan Lord. Sorry that I misread.
Thank you so much, committee. Thank you so much, public, for being out here. I really appreciate this opportunity and forum. I actually am coming from a slightly different perspective from a couple of the past speakers, and I really appreciate all the distinguished speakers that have come before, even the concerned citizens that were a little bit outside the flow of conversation we were having. I feel that Congressional District 1 should be a more national district, like a lot of our representatives are kind of going to culturally, where they're talking about national issues within their district. And I think that District 1 has a unique opportunity to show that and take New Mexico to the top of our nation by providing a petri dish, essentially, a concentration of our American issues. We have the urban-rural divide. We have a segregated city. We have stalling manufacturing, while we have increasing education. It, to me, doesn't make sense that we're as poor of a district as we are. And I think that the shape of that district can help with that conversation. I haven't made a map yet, but I was imagining shifting the district over to the east a little bit and taking over more of Santa Fe County within the district, so that we have more of a complete urban-rural community that is largely doing the same things. Like a lot of Edgewood and Moriarty come in and sell to Albuquerque. A lot of, especially Rio Rancho and like Corrales, come in to do jobs and tech work. So I think that we need to start focusing on more of that discussion with these districts that we're going to have over the next 10 years, how we have more harmony with our diversity.
Questions?
Look forward to a map.
I will absolutely submit a map and see what I can do. I'm still really new. I'm just a precinct chair. Also, that was Sheridan Lund for all of you out there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Next, we have Aileen Martinez.
Guys are hogging all the water.
Oh, did we just take yours?
No, I'm just kidding.
I'll share.
That liberal left. No, I'm good.
Can you tell us your name?
Okay.
Yeah, my name is Eileen.
Eileen?
Yeah, like Eileen.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, I was wrong. This is a new map. This is a new map. I said earlier it was not, so I apologize.
We knew what we were talking about.
Yeah, no, you did. I did.
Eileen, what's your last name?
Eileen Martinez. Well, thank you, everyone. It's really hot, so we're all here, right? So my name is Eileen Martinez, and I was raised in the South Valley. I went to South Valley Academy, and I live in Gun Club by Ford and Isleta, in the middle of it. I live somewhere where we don't have sidewalks, but you always see people walking, and you always see people riding their horses. You see people like with big old cows with horns walking, right? I live next to a ditch, and that's where I'm like connected to the outdoors, right? So that's the South Valley, right? Where there's small businesses, right? There's people who have like their own tire shops, right? Like they have La Michoacana, right? These are people who are really keeping the South Valley alive. And so, and I stand here as a young Latina, Hispanic, young woman who was raised in the South Valley. And I'm just hoping that for your commitment to have a more equitable map, right? That is with a majority of Hispanic and Latino congressional district, right? We've had this map that we have now for 20 years. And New Mexico is changing, right? We see that New Mexico is changing and we need a change. And it's really important, and we need right, as a young woman who's a person of color, it's important that we have people who I can feel represented, people who can represent my family, right? My brothers and sisters who are growing in the South Valley. And I'm proud to be growing in the South Valley. And for my community as well. It's very, very important to have that equitable map where we can be represented and we have a voice. So it's something to have really important, right? Because it's going to impact us for the next 10 years. And it's been, it's been impacting us, right? It's been over 20 years. So that's just the big point of having an equitable map that represents us in the future. As I want to be a social worker here, and I want to help. I want to, contribute my time to help, not to help, but to give my part to the South Valley. So, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
If I can ask you a question. So would you be willing to come back to South Valley Academy and help me convince young people or work with young people there to draw maps?
Yeah, of course. And I think that for me as a future aspiring social worker, it's important for me to help, for me to like heal myself as an individual so that we can empower each other. To be able to be part of these conversations and to take up the space, because we deserve to have our voices heard, right? To be able to say, hey, I want a congressional district that is going to be majority Hispanic and Latino people, right? So I think that for sure, I would love to come back and be able to empower my people to be able to be in these spaces and have our voices heard of what we need.
Were you here with Eli Guna?
Of course.
Okay, she has my contact info, so could you reach out to me?
Yes, of course. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person we have is Aline Castellan. Hi everyone, my name is Eileen Castellan. I'm the other Eileen. Good, great. So again, my name is Eileen Castellan. I graduated from Rio Grande High School with the bilingual seal in 2016. I've lived in Unser, in Arenal, and now in Central. In 98, I grew up eating tacos from street vendors and hot dogs from carts. I knew every person I graduated with and even continue to be friends with most of them when I went off to college. I studied Spanish and criminology and graduated with a bachelor's degree in cum laude. My greatest accomplishment was actually getting a degree in a language my mom thought I was going to forget. It wasn't until we moved here to the South Valley that she realized that she could put that fear to rest. You can always count on someone in my community to speak Spanish, to not only understand me through language, but through experience. Growing up here made me feel as I was part of something. And so today I'm here to ask you, as a member of the community, for your commitment in giving a voice that will share our language, our experience, and our values. It is time to think outside of the box. That is why I created this map. This map, I feel like, will provide us, the majority of Hispanic and Latino community, a voice. And I think it would also provide us a congressional district that could represent me as a person of color, as a woman, and will stop my community from being packed all in one area. Yeah, any questions?
So tell me what information did you use that caused you to draw this map in the way that you did, that the green became what you saw as an Hispanic or Latino majority district?
Well, I kind of, the way I went about this map was trying to envision myself of what my community looked like. And what I noticed was that most of my community looked like a rural area. So it had more in common with, places like Anthony and places like Vado. Like those places look more like my backyard, I grew up in an area where, like Eileen said, I could walk around and there was no streets. I could cross fields and, it was very different from the other areas that I've gone through where, there's large walls, there's large, boundaries that kept us out of it. And then when I lived here, I realized like, oh, these, fences aren't to keep me out of it, it's to keep animals out from escaping. I realized that there was so much animals here. At night I could turn off my light and it was really dark here. I could actually see the stars. So the way that I went about it was mostly to see what looks closer to where I live rather than like seeing that we were all being grouped in the center and being like, oh, well, my area doesn't look like Uptown or, like Old Town. It looks more like the rural areas that are down here. So that's kind of how I went about it.
Just a comment, last semester, I was doing a conference with a student and I heard in the South Valley and I heard a noise and I said, Martin, what is that? Mister, those are my roosters. And I said, you don't fight them, do you? Well, that's what I tell my mom. So yes, it's a different part of it's more common with other parts of New Mexico.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I would go run, a mile for PE and then see horses walking around and being like, watch out for their waist, don't step on it. So yeah, it's very different here in the South Valley and compared to other areas.
Questions?
Not a question, just a comment. I'm from Boston. Went to school in Anthony. So I appreciate your comments. And I'm looking at this map. I would love to see little tweaks to it that probably do not affect much of the green area to accomplish what you want. I don't know what that would look like, what the numbers would look like, but I would love to play with it because a lot of what you're saying, I relate. I've been in Albuquerque now 25 years and I live in the Northeast Heights, but I drive to the South Valley for my menudo fix. It's where you find it. So I appreciate your comments very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm just happy that we're able to have this conversation for you guys to, like I said, this is like a rough draft. I would love to work with you and to work with everyone so that we can make something work, so that we can be represented here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Ward.
Good afternoon. These are personal comments. I represent no one but myself. And they are general in nature and are intended to apply statewide. And one or two might have been made superfluous during the course of this public meeting. First, there should not be any bias toward any incumbent. In areas of low population, or I'm sorry, in areas where population gaps exist, I believe there should be sort of a protective buffer around communities that have been historically displaced and disenfranchised. And an example kind of thing would be like, if you have to go by precincts and you move the line from one side of the precinct to the other side of the precinct, so that there's like a geographical barrier to a community of interest, perhaps, something like that. That's just for instance. The other is in consideration of natural physical boundaries, such as rivers or mountains, that those can be considered in terms of boundaries, but also should include, or it shouldn't necessarily override any long-lived communities that are part of the boundary itself. For example, if we talk about river valleys, there may be a valley community that is centuries years old and wouldn't divide itself between north and south or east and west. Or mountain communities where, you know, the east side of the range versus the west side of the range, if there's an actual mountain community that encompasses parts of both sides. So I think you have to consider all of those things. And
Thank you.
Thank you. No questions. Thank you.
Next, we have Paul Sanchez.
Hi, how are you? I've been very lucky to work with a number of you up in Santa Fe, and I want you to know I've been living in the International District probably for about, let's say I moved there when I was 23, and I'm not going to tell you how old I am now, but I love that district. To a question that you continue to have, I think it's an important question. How do you work together? I want you to know that we've been working together for a very long time. I said as the secretary for District 6. So you have to consider a very large area, and how the conversations are happening are very organic. We talk about the concerns of our neighbors, and it's a very different conversation from those that live on the south side or the west side to the people that live to the north of District 6. And then this map in and of itself, I want you to know that we worked on it very hard for a very long period of time. This isn't just one voice. This is many voices of people who could not be here today reflected. So you saw 6 people here today speaking from the International District. And I think that that says a lot about how much we care about our neighborhood. And I want you to know that. Does it have consequences? Senator Curtis, absolutely has consequences. All of these decisions have consequences. I have consequences now having to speak up for those amazing, brilliant young women that I think should run for us very soon because they were awesome. And but I just want you to know that we do care about this community. We care about the way that it's going to be led going forward. And we hope that it's reflective of the hard work that's got into it. And I do want to tell you, each and every single one of you, I've heard you speak, you're amazing. I've been to a number of my friends who are graduating from law school, and they just adore you. So thank you, Judge Chavez. And but I do want you to know that we are thriving in this district, in spite of what people may tell you, in spite of the marginalization that you see in this community. We are working every day to be better, and our voices louder, and so that people of every faith, of every condition, of every healthcare situation, of every education, their voices are here. And if you could please consider it, we would be so grateful. Thank you so much.
Any questions?
Just after the new information comes out, because when we look at the population from the last, I mean, for the old information, it looks dated. So I would be really interested as soon as we get the new census information,
Yes.
to
Which will-
understand what's going on.
And they say about the international district, right? And we have to consider that it's a very transient community. And so we're also concerned about that because we have lots of people coming and going in that community. And that does impact where money and resources go. So that's important to us. So thank you again. Thank you.
Lily, how many more speakers? A Spanish translator has asked for a break.
We have 3 more people
And
that are in
some
the
on
room
Zoom.
that told me in advance if they wanted to speak.
Take the floor, please. I have a couple questions.
We have 4 more people. Do you need to?
We need to
break?
take 5 minutes. Let's take 5 minutes for the translator.
Can you come back together, just give the translator or the interpreters a break?
I'm sure you take those. Any there anybody trying to? You got one guy here.
There's going to be the meeting members.
Let me go.
Yes. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. And we will continue with public comment.
At least there's more people that have stayed this time than last time, even in all this heat. But I've always loved that.
Okay, I was sorry. My head yes.
Yeah, well, they don't fight like other groups.
All right, we're coming back together. If folks can find their seats, that would be awesome. The interpreters are ready to go and our public is ready to go. Next up, we have Ms. Vanessa Alari.
Hello, good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Vanessa Alari. And I am a West Sider. I have lived on the West Side for almost 9 years now. I'm a mother of three, a 19-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 6-year-old. Mateo and Isa have been around her running around. I'm sure they're saying hi. Oh, she is. I am the Neighborhood Association President for Quaker Heights, as well as a member of the West Side Coalition of Neighborhoods Associations. I've been a PTA board member for Volcano Vista Heights for Volcano Vista High School for the last 4 years, and a PTA member for the elementary school as long as I've been in elementary, which is now 1 year. I'm very thankful for all of you for giving up your time to participate on this committee. I know it's a lot of work and you've been here all day, so please, thank you very much. And for providing us an opportunity to speak today. As a West Sider, and certainly as a president of the Neighborhood Association and a member of the West Side Coalition, I hear consistently the fact about the disparate housing that we have over here. We have a jobs housing imbalance, which is very unfortunate because our population has continued to grow. As Representative Maestra stated earlier, as well as folks from Sandoval's office, Bernalillo County and Sandoval counties are the fastest growing counties in the state of New Mexico. In fact, they account for more than half of the population growth, yet we are absolutely underrepresented. During the last census, we were able to get 2 additional House members, 1 senator. With our local governments, we got an entire city council district placed on the West Side. We have half of the county commission and 1 new school board member. I think it's really important as you guys proceed that you really take into account communities of interest. I know you've heard this before, and I'm echoing what Representative Maestas and Senator Petty and many other members have said today. It's really important to have the river as a boundary. As somebody who lived on the east side most of my life, I can tell you there's a huge difference between west side traffic and east side traffic. West side schools, east side schools having to travel back and forth across the river crossings. We on the West Side really need to have members that represent us that understand what those issues are with traffic, with the fact that Volcano Vista and Tusco Heritage Academy have had public education special dispensation from the PED department every year since those schools have been created because our population growth exceeds what it should be. We've had to work with our public education department and the school board to try to figure out how to get kids to charter schools and get buses elsewhere because we are overpopulated. If we had more representation and folks that properly represent us, we would have capital outlay monies like Representative Maestas discussed earlier. Not only that, we have this huge growth with Amazon coming to the West Side. We're talking about 4,500 jobs, which is great for the West Side folks. But we have to have adequate infrastructure. Infrastructure is very important. I can tell you since the 8 or 9 years I've lived on the West Side, Forest Boulevard has been re-erected, destroyed, water lines put in, new fiber 7 times because the infrastructure is not properly done the first time. If we had some members of the legislature that were focused on the West Side instead of bisected between East and West, it would really make a big difference. For instance, right now we have a legislator whose corridor is Paseo del Norte.
Literally, they're from the mountains of Paseo del Norte to the volcanoes of Paseo del Norte. That is not a community of interest. A corridor is not a community of interest. Communities are a community of interest where you have school members, city council members, house members that represent you, understand what your lifestyle is. So I just implore you, please look at your communities of interest, use natural boundaries, or even we have a Senate district, Senate 26, who goes on the other side of the freeway up to Western Trail. Well, it really should be central to Montaño, for instance. So again, you have the same school district, same city council, things of that sort. And I just, again, want to say thank you. I know you guys are putting in lots of hours and time and you're getting paid really big bucks. You're right. Thank you for your volunteerism and thanks for your commitment to Mexico.
Questions?
Only maps. I mean,
Right.
we'd really like to see maps that indicate the kind of thing that you're talking about.
Absolutely. I'm happy to provide them. I will get them to you.
So Ms. Alarie,
Yes,
so
sir.
what Senate district were you talking about that you think is?
Senate District 26, it belongs to Senator Candelaria right now. It's on the other side of Central, and then it goes to Western Trail. So it bisects the community. You have different school districts there, different city councilor, different county commissioner. So just in terms of local politics, they're just different school board member as well.
Okay.
And I know you guys don't do anything with the county commission, but we definitely the county commissioner that's only on the west side, not partially on the west side.
Thank
That's
you.
another conversation. Thank you all very much. Yeah. All right. Next, we have Ms. Liana Derrick. Nope. Julio Chavez, Mr. Chavez.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us today. My name is Julio Chavez. I'm a proud member of the South Valley. Lived there my whole life. Was raised there my whole life, so live there. Proudly attended Rio Grande High School. I'm now a senior at UNM, majoring in political science and economics. Now, throughout my time here in South Valley, although it is diverse from the rest of the city, it very much is still part of Albuquerque. It's long been part of Albuquerque throughout its entire history. It still remains part of Albuquerque. And I believe that I am concerned about hearing some comments recently made by the Speaker of the House where they're trying to make District 2 a little more competitive. And I see that in order to make that happen, they would have to break up the South Valley from Albuquerque. And although we may see some more action, I believe this will lead to further disparities that we currently see in the South Valley. Even though the South Valley is part of the Albuquerque metro area, we are seeing some current disparities right now, whether it be it's a heavily Hispanic community. It's also one of the poor communities in the city. And I believe that breaking off the South Valley from the rest of the city, this could lead to more further disparities. Maybe, District 2 right now is already a sprawling district. It is the largest congressional district in the entire country. It's also one of the most heavily Hispanic districts in the country as well. By including the South Valley in that, it's not really going to rectify the problem, but also just put more pressure on whoever's representing that district to focus on more communities rather than trying to focus on a community at large that we're currently seeing with Albuquerque. The South Valley is part of Albuquerque, and I believe having the South Valley part of Albuquerque makes it an interesting place compared to the rest of the state. I've been involved in local politics for the last 4 or 5 years of my life. I noticed that every single statewide official running for office always makes an effort to visit the South Valley because it is part of the first congressional district. We've had both members' parties running for congressional district visit the South Valley. We've also had both members' parties running for governor visit the South Valley. Since 2008, President Obama during the primary season made a speech at Rio Grande High School, my high school, for president. And since then, he also visited the South Valley in 2012 during his re-election campaign. More recently, we had members stop by. The First Lady stopped by, in order in the South Valley in the clinic, in order to make sure that vaccines are being equitably distributed. Now, I think it is an interesting case. We do need more representation in the South Valley in order to address these disparities that we're seeing there. I believe breaking it off from the city is not the way to go. I believe we must keep the South Valley part of Albuquerque because it is part of the Albuquerque culture, it is part of the Albuquerque history. We are a rural community, so to an extent, but very much many people in the South Valley are working in the city and contributing to the city there. Our taxpayer dollars should remain in district that we contribute to. I believe those are my comments. So I look forward to any of your questions.
Very clear presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have no idea how high praise that is, what you just heard from Justice Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Primo.
Any more questions? I'll make sure to submit some written comments because I could really go off on this right now. I just felt like this is an opportunity to post this on meeting that you guys are having that's the closest to the South Valley. Maybe if we have another meeting if that's considered in the South Valley, that would be great. But I know one thing to mention too, I'm the proud Democratic precinct chair, precinct 77. So I also am trying to be involved in my community as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask just one question real quick, so that, although I don't want to offend, I get. So my personal understanding of why the First Lady and President Obama and all the people that visit the South Valley is because of the people that live in the South Valley, not because of what congressional district they live in. That's my personal understanding. Explain to me why you think that it would be diluted by going to a different congressional district.
Well, if we keep the maps how they currently are right now, zoom out. The second congressional district is already the largest congressional district in the nation. And if we were to make it more competitive, I see the only way to go about that is maybe put Southeast Albuquerque in it, which I don't think we want to give up Curlin Air Force Base in the second congressional district, or put the South Valley in it. I see more people heading towards that direction, putting the South Valley in it. And we see it's the largest congressional district. Whoever's representing that district, it's going to put more pressure on them to address not only the South Valley, the Las Cruces, Silver City, southeast corner where we have Hobbs Downing, where there's already growth occurring there. So I believe that would just continually increase more disparities. Where we have all of Albuquerque representing Congressional District 1, they would receive proper federal RAP funding for their infrastructure projects, for their community projects, where the South Valley would have to, in a sense, continue with Las Cruces, Silver City, Ruidoso, and all the southeast New Mexico.
I appreciate what you're saying, Mr. Chavez. My really bright, involved people like you, right, that have represented the South Valley, had a voice for the South Valley for so long. Do you ever worry, like some of the other people that have talked about that voice has been diluted because of its involvement with the city, because the city is so urban? I really want to understand this issue because the communities of interest issue is, I think, what we're supposed to do.
If I may answer that question, I would disagree with that. The South Valley still does have a heavy voice, not only in the city, but also in the state. We see in the city council, Clarissa Pena, who represents a large swath of South Valley, was council president, I believe, in the last 4 years. That is a prestigious honor to have. We also see that student Michael Casado, county commissioner who represents the South Valley, was the president, if not the chair of the Bernalillo County Commission within the last 4 years. Senator Michael Padilla, who represents the South Valley, I believe was the majority whip within his tenure within the last 4 years. The South Valley is getting represented, but also having just being part of the first congressional district, where we do have that urban rural divide to an extent, we still are prominently active through our politicians or representatives, both in the local and state level.
Thank you very much.
Other questions? Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Zollinger.
I just have two questions for the justice.
Well, Mr. Chief Justice, first, I would like to make sure. I'm pretty sure you've absolutely answered this, but you are only dealing with the congressional lines, the state Senate lines, the state House lines, and the PEC lines. Nothing else.
Correct.
Now, my question, would you and your fine committee possibly consider at least passing on something else, say county commission lines?
Our charge comes from the legislature.
We were created by the legislature and our duties are limited by the legislature.
Okay, you have answered me. Thank you. My second and last, my comment on the variances. To the best of my memory, I get this from Brian Sanderoff. The variance from the ideal population in the congressional lines is 0.3%. Now, everything else, and I think this is federal, is 5%. Except, Mr. Chief Justice, if I understood you correctly, and perhaps I misunderstood, please clarify. For the state house lines and the public education commission lines, they have gone to plus or minus 10% from the ideal. Did I understand correctly?
A slight adjustment. It's expressed as a total deviation, which means you could do it plus or minus 5%. You could do it plus or minus, you could do it 7% on one side, 3% on the other. The total deviation, you take your largest district and you compare it to your smallest district, and you cannot exceed 10%.
That is, but this is not on the state Senate. This is just on the state house and PEC.
It's on the state house, state Senate, and the PEC. It is
Plus or
not on
minus.
Congress.
Yes, this could be checked with Brian Sandroff. I think this is federal. I think it's 0.3, but that could be checked.
Michael, you want to comment?
I think I got this from you and Brian.
So the deviation for the congressional districts, I think by the charge given to the CRC is as close as practical. And basically that's going to mean within, not expressed in a percentage, but expressed in a number of people. So the last congressional district was one person off from the perfect population. And what that ends up being this time around won't be expressed in percentages. It could be plus 100 people, it could be plus 50 people, it could be plus or minus 10 people, but it's going to be much closer to.
But 0.3, 0.1 is definitely wrong.
I think we're just looking at a raw number of people and in less than 0.01% easy.
Okay, so plus or minus 10% from the ideal for Senate, House, and PEC.
Yes, sir.
Loving that.
Excellent. Now we're going to go to the folks who are on Zoom, and we have,
Well, the names have changed now.
oh, we have Ms.
As Crystal Franco.
Great, so Crystal Franco or Franco is next.
Let Ms. Franco know that she can unmute. Let Ms. Franco know that she's unmuted and she can talk.
Ms. Franco, you are unmuted and you're able to talk now, so that way the committee can hear you.
Can you guys stop sharing the screen so we can see the Zoom screen?
Ms. Franco, would you like to address the committee?
Muted.
Okay. If you'd like to, you're unmuted and you can address your comments. All right.
I'll leave her unmuted so she can chime in if she wants, but Justice Chavez, there are no other hands indicating that they want to provide public comment on Zoom.
If you are on Zoom and you'd like to provide public comment, you can let us know that by raising your hand, and then Sunny will unmute you and you'll be able to address the committee. If there's anybody that got missed in the room. Is there anybody in the room who did not sign up but would like to address the committee? Kathleen, Ms. Burke?
Members of the committee, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your persistence in getting through the problems of today. We're so glad. And thank you to the staff as well for helping us get through all of that. My name is Kathleen Burke, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself this afternoon. Thank you. I live in the International District, and I submitted a community of interest map on Districtor. And you might wonder, well, why would a person choose to live in the International District? Well, I'm a single self-supporting woman, and I found a great deal there, a lovely little casita with a great garden, and it works out just great for me. I've lived there 15 years. Member Curtis asked one of the earlier speakers, well, you know, can you share with us some of the realities of having been gerrymandered? I believe your question was something like that. And what does that look like in real life? So I want to share some of that with you. And but before I do so, I just want to point out that the map that we see here is not exactly the International District. And I've submitted notes in this regard. The International District technically is a rectangle. And what you see here, because of the way the program works, it's extended beyond the rectangle. But just so you know, when we're talking the International District, it is a rectangle, and that's in the notes. And I've sent your chairman notes about that, and also Mr. Radigan. So you should have that available to you. So back to the district. I think what people who are, we had 6 representatives from one ward here today. And I think what we're looking for is some autonomy. This district has become, and no offense to anyone, but this district has become something of a dustbin. Our representatives tend to be in other wealthier parts of the region, and they tend to serve the wealthier constituents who tend to vote more often. This particular area or district of the region has lower voter turnout, lower education, higher homelessness, higher use of social services, and a lot of need. And I'm sure that this is not news to most of you. The International District, the problems of homelessness and poverty there are overwhelming. And for those of us who live there, it's even more overwhelming because we see it every day and we want it to be better and we work for it to be better. I think that autonomy helps to create a scenario where we can make the decisions for our district that re-empower us rather than continue to marginalize us as the International District. I hope I've made myself clear on those points. Thank you. I think I can wrap it up there. Again, thanks for everything you're doing. And I'll stand for questions.
Questions? You have the email you sent me, and I'm going to share it with all the members.
Thank you, Chairman.
just a comment, so between 2016 and 18, I was traveling back and forth, and on one of those trips, I brought, actually, on a few of those trips, I brought my son with me, and we were at the airport in line waiting to rent a car, and we were discussing moving to Albuquerque and where we were going to live. And the attendant behind the counter who heard our conversation asked us where we were considering, and I said, well, where do you think we should live? And she quickly pulled out a map and put a big X through the South Valley and through the International District and said, anywhere but here. And that made me want to work in those two communities, because what I found is, as you're saying, people in those communities that want to turn, deficits into assets, right? And so along those lines, I think one of the previous speakers referred to the transient nature. And I'd like to flip that on its head and get your reaction to this, is that it's not just that it's transient, it's also a stepping stone to other parts of the city. And so that it serves a role that not is only just for itself, but also for the rest of Albuquerque as well.
Yes, thank you, Member Sanchez. And I agree with you. I think that is true. So thank you for your comments. And yes, I endorse those. And I'll just add that, there's tends to be, coming from some leadership, I'm not aware who, I don't know names, but there tends to be this thought that the district doesn't have enough strong leadership within it to represent itself. And I just want to clarify that by pointing out to you, there were 6 members from one ward in the International District here today. Of those 6 present, we had a ward chair, a former ward chair. We had our county treasurer here. We have a lobbyist who is also a candidate for House District 19 now. We have a CD vice chair for one of our major parties. All this to say, those people reside in the International District. We have the leadership, the knowledge, the resources to stand on our own as our own community of interest. Thank you.
Michael.
Chair, may I ask a quick question? So I don't know if you need me to go to the mic. Thank you, Ms. Bird. I just, so as we research geographic boundaries and definitions of boundaries, and we haven't looked at the International District, one thing that we've come across is what exactly is the definition of the International District. And we see some maps that exclude Kirtland Air Force Base as from that definition and would then become more of a square than what's on the screen. And so I believe that part that sticks out includes the base housing. And so I guess the question that we would like is the ones who tend to draw the maps is, as we're defining the communities, we like to know what those communities are and what the boundaries are. If we get some clarity on Kirtland Air Force Base, that would be very, very helpful. And the other reason, just for folks out there, as you're developing communities through district, or you're working with precinct lines, and the precinct lines won't necessarily match up perfectly with how you might define your own communities. So we try to do the best we can with the information and data that we're given. Thank you.
May I address this question, Chairman?
Sure.
So just to answer your question about what is the International District, it is almost square in nature. And again, the documentation has been filed. It's Lomas on the north, it's Gibson on the south, it's San Mateo on the west, and it's Wyoming on the east. And so according to those standards, Kirtland Air Force is not part of the International District.
Would it be okay to modify that area and remove Kirtland Air Force Base, which is
right, which is included here because I was unable, because of the way Districtor works, I was unable to take off that portion. And so those notes have been submitted to the committee. So again, okay, thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Sunny, has anybody else on Zoom identified themselves as wanting to submit comments?
Yes, 2 other folks, Michaela Gallegos, but Crystal Franco is actually back on, so I'm going to allow her to talk again.
Ms. Franco, you are next.
Can you hear me this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Fantastic. I'm not sure what happened. I had to switch microphones. Okay, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Crystal Franco. I'm a resident of Sandia Park, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the residents of Edgewood and surrounding communities. Our current State House District 22 is a very strange snake-like shape that goes all the way from Placitas on the northern edge down to southern Tijeras. However, the district splits Edgewood in half, keeping half of our community members in the adjacent House District of 50, which stretches all the way from Santa Fe to Mountain Air. From speaking with community members and their concerns with redistricting, they have resoundingly reaffirmed to me that the Edgewood community wants to be kept together, which is why my friend Gary Person, who is my ward chair, has submitted a potential House District 22 map, keeping the Edgewood community together. We also have changed the district boundaries to exclude Placitas, which is an hour drive around and through Albuquerque just to access these voters, which creates a lack of representation for them, as I believe they would be well suited to be part of a more Albuquerque-based district. The House District 22 map has a similar constituency shape to with the overlapping Senate District of 19, which keeps Edgewood together. This proposal would very simply keep these communities of interest together to not have communities split in half with confusion in their representation. We have submitted my map in the district, and I would now take any questions that you have about this.
Any questions for Ms.
Thank you
Franco?
for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Michaela Gallegos. Ms. Gallegos, you've been unmuted, and if you'd like to address your comments to the chair and the committee.
Thank you, and I appreciate this opportunity to join from Zoom. I'm a working parent, and if my children were there, they'd be climbing over the seat. So I really do appreciate that you're allowing folks to testify over Zoom so you don't have my littles asking continually, is it over yet? I am a resident in HD 19, Senate District 16, and I am joining today to really amplify what I've heard about treating Albuquerque distinctly. Prior to moving to Albuquerque, I grew up outside of Santa Fe. And listening to the testimony, you can really hear the pride in the communities, as well as identifying with the high school you attended. Being kind of like an outsider in Santa Fe, there were only 2 high schools when I went there. So it was kind of landmarks. So I grew up south of the penitentiary. So my community was most considered Highway 14, Lone Butte General Store, or Cerrillos. Currently, I don't know how to describe my community. I have sometimes been lumped in as Nob Hill, Uptown, Midtown, University area. I just really feel that Albuquerque, we are so distinct in our areas. And looking at the map submitted by Ms. Gonzalez, realizing that to have 1 congressional district in Albuquerque whole and combining it with Torrance County, that we're not all similar, and that looking at that and keeping the districts with more rural areas together. Growing up, again, I identified and I had friends in Edgewood, and so I felt more aligned to that part of Santa Fe County versus the plaza. I was nowhere near the plaza, and to be able to take that into consideration as we're moving forward, that we are not all the same, that our communities are different. And I appreciate the opportunity for the communities to come to speak about their uniqueness. And so we're not all lumped together. As we can see, Santa Fe is different, Albuquerque is different, Las Cruces is different, rural parts of the state are different. And we all know our communities best. And I really appreciate having the opportunity to come and speak and that share that we are unique, and to have that represented in these maps that have been submitted. And my little ones are getting loud, so I do appreciate that, and thank you very much.
Questions from Ms. Franco? Gallegos, sorry.
Sunny, is there anyone
Ms.
else?
Gallegos.
Thank you. I think
That's it.
is anybody else in the room who didn't get an opportunity to speak and wanted to? Okay.
Motion?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
You vote to adjourn. Okay.
We are adjourned. Thank you very much.